workshop meeting. We're grateful for all of you being here today. Got a good agenda. As always, our meetings are also streamed live on washingtoncity.org/meetings. Council, if I could ask one of you to motion to approve and another to second the agenda as outlined.
Mayor, I can make that approval for our workshop meeting for April 26, 2023.
A motion by Councilman Ivey.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. We've got three items. The first is an introduction to the 5-County Association of Governments. And we've got the director, Brian Theriot. I've asked him to spend about 20 to 30 minutes or so giving us an overview of what his group does and how we can benefit and coordinate with him, and then would like to excuse him right after as he's got meetings in Salt Lake City. Brian, come on up. And thank you for being here.
Happy to be here, Mayor and Council. Probably the first question you're asking is, who is this guy? And I'm Brian Theriot. I'm the Executive Director for the 5-County Association of Governments. And I grew up in Southern Utah here. So I'm a local here. I've been with 5-County for about 9 years now. And to kind of give you a little further background, in high school and growing up, my family was the Cannons. And so in Washington Fields, we'd go to Truman Cannons to get our milk. Yeah. And so I have a lot of good tie-in there and a lot of good memories of pheasant hunting in the whole Washington Fields there on the Cannon property. So that's my tie-in here to Washington City. 5-County.
That's instant credibility
right there.
With all this here. So.
Right there.
Just wonder if you want to go hunting down there right now and we can shoot up
It's
some
hard
houses.
Because there's a lot of homes where I used to go, you know. I'm sure you get that question all the time too. So, but 5-County as an organization, we're based right here in St. George, over by Tonnaquin. Dixie Drive is where we're based at. And we also have offices in Cedar City. But as an organization, we're 5 counties, so that includes Washington, Iron, Beaver, Garfield, and Kane County. And our board membership, which I think is important for you to know a little bit about too, is that our board membership is made up of 1 county commissioner. So Commissioner Gil Almquist serves on our board, and a city member, a mayor from one of the counties. The mayors decide who they want to have serve on our board. And so Mayor Billings of Hurricane City is represented there. And then unique to our organization is we have a school board member. So in total, there's 7 association of governments throughout the state of Utah. And ours is the only one that has a school board member, which gives us a lot of insight of what's going on. So when I was in high school, there was only Dixie and Pineview, right? Now there's 5 or 6 high schools right in this area right here.
What year did you graduate?
89.
89?
Yeah.
Dixie?
Dixie.
You know my wife, Rachel Cooper Henderson?
Yes. Yeah, I know Rachel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. 89.
There you go. All right. There's another tie-in right there, right?
I was gonna ask if you taught him.
He's my man.
This is a good local area. I love this area here. But 5-County was started in 1973, and as an organization during that time, the officials at that time, they said, hey, we have an organization that we're thinking about that we'd like to just kind of be dedicated to grant funding. And so that's a lot of the base of our funding is grant funding. So we have no general fund. We have no property tax. We have no regulatory authority. It's basically look at us as a house grant organization. And we receive a lot of our grants from the state of Utah, probably about 80%. And those are passed through from the federal government down to us here. And to really nail down the programs we have is we do transportation. So the MPO, of which the mayor serves on that metropolitan planning organization, we have that housed at 5 County. We have the economic development. And so our tie-in to the region, the Denver region for the Economic Development Administration is through 5 County. We're considered what is called an economic development district. And so the project you're looking at over by the airport, that's something that we could probably have a conversation with the EDA to see if there's infrastructure funding that could help with that.
All right, are you catching this, Rusty?
Oh, is she back there?
Yeah,
Is
okay.
Rusty
I know
back there?
you. I know you and Brian are
Okay,
friends, and
good.
I'm not
Yeah,
surprised.
we're in communication there, right, Rusty? Okay, great. And so we do economic development, we do transportation, we do community action. And the community action is we really want individuals to become self-sufficient. And so we help with that. And other programs we have are, does this keep cutting in and out, or am I like losing my mind? Oh, okay. All right. And so we have a heat assistant program. It's a benefit that's income based, that helps individuals within your communities. If they can't, if they need assistance with their heat or cooling for us down here in summertime, because it does get hot, right? We need air conditioning. Yeah. And we have weatherization program that we help individuals on an income base to improve their homes so that they're more energy efficient. But if you look at kind of Washington County, a lot of the housing stock around here is very efficient because a lot of it's new and newer. So, but there are areas within the community that we do help out with that. And now any questions you might have? Yes.
I've always been interested in the insulation, weatherization.
Yeah, the weatherization.
Crew. How does someone go about applying for that? And do you have somebody go out and like climb in the attic and take a look, do some testing? Maybe talk about that a little bit.
They conduct an audit. Again, a lot of it's on income based, and they'll come in, they'll test your home to see if it needs that more insulation. Sometimes they add windows. Other times it's just an Azure fan inside the bathroom that helps. Things like that. Yeah.
Brian, what are some of the things that the city just ought to be aware of to not miss out on with the services that you provide? And it seems to me that you're a bit of a liaison with the state government and with federal grants that funnel through that. What are some of the things that we ought to just keep on our radar as we're moving forward, doing our thing? What should we be careful not to miss from your office?
Yeah, I would just say working with economic development with us. We'll continue to work with Rusty to make sure that you're receiving all the benefit you can as a community here, and the transportation. Our unified transportation plan is up for renewal now, so we want to make sure that road projects that you see connecting into St. George or the north side of you here are connecting. Yeah. So those there. At another level, we work a lot with natural resources, and so we work with the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management too. I know that there's oftentimes that I'm called on to write letters in support or protest against an item with the federal agencies. And for the past 5 years, the 5 County Association has been working with 6 County Association, and that's kind of the Sevier County, Millard County. And we've been doing every August what they call a congressional briefing. And so this is something that I'd love to have you as a council or mayor come and attend. What we have is folks from Washington, D.C., who are working on Capitol Hill. We bring them out here for a week in the second week of August, and we just kind of tour them on the state with different projects that are happening. We show them the wild horses where they're being housed at in Axton. And we talked to them about watershed restoration so that we can increase our water around here. And so we do that. And these are staff members to the policymakers, and we really help to educate them on it. And we always end up here in St. George. And by the time we get to the end of St. George on our 4-day trip, 3 or 4 day trip, it depends, a lot of our elected officials are kind of worn out. And so it's very few. So I'm sitting here saying it'd be nice to have a new fresh face come and sit down and have dinner with us and meet these folks, because they're working really hard back in DC, and it really helps them, especially both sides, Republican and Democrat, so they see what's going on in Utah. And things that have come out of that, Mayor, as I'm looking at you here, is that the first year we did this, there was a real big movement to put additional funding into helping with the wild horses, especially in Beaver County.
So with that tour, you're talking policymakers, not just our elected staff, but on the executive side, agency staff.
So these are out of the congressional offices.
Okay, so they are staffers from
they're
from our
staffers.
electeds.
Sometimes we have members come out.
But we could, as part of that tour, it would be great if they could come along the Southern Parkway and look at the Warner Valley site where that land exchange is so critical, and you mentioned the economic development down by the ARA project. Some of those things would be fantastic. So yeah, if you'll just keep us posted, we'll make sure the information gets to the council, and would love to have them, be welcomed in Washington City and kind of see some of the exciting things that are happening here.
And most of them
might be a breath of fresh air.
Most of them all fly out. I mean, at different times they'll fly out at the airport over here.
Yeah, right on our border.
Right
so we can keep them right here in Washington until the very last second, and then they can catch their plane. Councilman Ivey, you had a question. It sounded like.
I was just going to comment about my experience with Fife County. There's some great folks that work out there. I'm sure you guys know Myron Lee, Dave Demas, and Scott. I've gotten to know, I knew them before well, but they're great. I help with the Regional Mobility Council, where we deal with some rural transportation issues and problems, and Council of Aging and things like that. It's really good people that are doing good things for those that need someone to do it for them in a lot of cases. But I wanted to talk just briefly, Mayor, about DTAC. And that's an organization that our Public Works Director and his staff attends, and all the cities in our counties attend, and they put out what their priorities are and what they see on the horizon or what they need for future roads. And a lot of times they look at these projects as a regional impact where cities need to come together and agree because they become prioritized, and then they qualify for funding and they're funded, but it's all kind of a priority system. And it's been good to see the way that group works. And one really quick example is I was in the meeting when they talked about how important SR7 was to our community and the off-ramp there at SR7 onto George Washington Parkway, and how the leaders in each city realized that was important for our region. But just wanted to thank you. I appreciate your folks, even when someone called me wanting to know about how to navigate Social Security. We went over and met with one of your great people. I don't recall his name right now, but wonderful.
It'd be Tom.
It was Tom. It was Tom. And
Medicare, right?
Yeah.
We do a lot of Medicare advising, especially during open enrollment time.
Yeah, so if people are navigating that, they have great resources to help. It's kind of a big lift for people that hasn't done it in there, having not done that before. But, I just wanted to thank you for the good work that you do. We always feel like that anyway, I do, Mayor, I feel good, represented well from your organization in our city and the events that I take part of. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions for the director? Thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule, and
you.
Travel safe, and we'll keep in touch and continue this positive relationship.
Right. Thank you for your time. Yeah. Oh, I do have some cards. I'll leave some cards here.
Good.
So, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 3. And this is a Parents Empowered presentation. And it looks like we have Kelly Charlton, who is the chair of the Youth Prevention Coalition. I recognize Pamela Holliday, who is the director of Southwest Mental Health. And if you'll introduce the other individual with you, that would be great. Kelly, take it away.
Thank you. This is Timmery Fullerton. She works for Dixie Tech, and she has been my right-hand woman for the last couple of months as chair. So thanks for welcoming us today. And you just took half the steam out of my speech.
Oh, my goodness. So hold on a second. Kelly, you're not the chair.
I am the chair. Pam is the guru of Southwest Behavioral Health, and Timmery has been seriously my right-hand woman.
Okay. All right.
In many of the other things
that's a
that we're doing.
great title, right-hand woman.
She and I were responsible to put together the most recent Take Back Day, which, just for laughs and giggles, at the Smith's grocery store, we collected 215 pounds, and the police department collected 450 pounds, right? Yeah, 450 pounds of illicit and outdated drugs just this last weekend. That's huge. So that's what we do. So, all right. Thank you for having us today. We really appreciate the option and opportunity to be here at your work group meeting. For those of you who don't know me, I work for Stapley Pharmacy, but really I am a community liaison. And Janice Stapley has been amazing. She just turns me loose and lets me go do my thing. And every once in a while I have to ask permission to spend money, but she just lets me do my thing. So I get to sit on this amazing position. And I am recently elected the chair of this Southwest Adult Prevention Committee. Our goal is to work with Southwest Behavioral Health, to work with the Public Health Department, and then also to work with the high school age youth so that we can promote education on drug prevention, and also work with the police department and law enforcement to really work with them on intervention. There is, as many of you know, an unfortunate trend that has been happening over the last several generations with our parents. They see themselves as friends and not as parents. And this is becoming a really gigantic issue. And so I wanted to lead off with that today because many parents don't seem to realize that their words and their actions make a gigantic difference in the way their kids are growing up. It has come to my attention that many parents are microdosing, vaping THC, drinking, and then they tell the kids, especially their teenagers, that this is the norm and it's okay. One of the most important things a parent can do is empower their teenagers. I am the mother of 4, the stepmother of 5, and the proud grandmother of a 17-year-old that I'm raising full time. And I know what it means to wear cowboy boots and carry my whip. I am not a friend, I am a parent. And I'm even a parent to this grandchild. Empowering teens means giving them the tools and resources they need to make good decisions, build healthy relationships, and navigate the challenges of adolescence so that, unfortunately, my granddaughter doesn't believe this, they can adult. Adulting is hard, but they have to have the tools to be able to do that. The program we're here for today is known as Parents Empowered. This program creates messages directed towards adults, but specifically towards parents to give them the tools so that they can have difficult conversations with their teens. Some of those talking points are how to listen actively, how to help their child set healthy boundaries, especially about alcohol and drugs, to foster independence, common sense, and common sense is not so common anymore, and to create trust in the home setting. Pam is going to talk about the cost, installation, and removal in a minute. But for now, I would like to draw your attention to the mock-up photos that were created for the Washington City Community Center If you can pull those up, that would be great. You can see all of the really great messaging when it comes up.
They're listening.
Who has that?
They're in the sky.
It's a 2 snap, I think. Is it a 3 snap? Can I just, come on, right?
Maybe you have to do it in the microphone.
Snap in the
Next slide.
microphone. Come on, Steve.
The remote is by Drew's computer.
Oh, you got the remote.
Oh, I can? Awesome.
It's a Councilman Martinson snap, apparently.
Snapping around here.
Well, is there an on button? No, it's plugged in somewhere. 3 or 4.
He can scroll it manually, can't he?
There we go. All right, perfect. All right, you can see that we have chosen the Washington City Community Center because we feel like this center is so well attended that it would be a great beta place for us to do this. So you can see big futures have strong roots. All right, this is not pleasant. Your job. There we go. Underage drinking can crush dreams, and you can see the crushed can on the side. Next one. These are all around some of the gyms. The best defense against underage drinking is clear no alcohol rules. The best defense against underage drinking is to spend time with your kids. Protect your kids against underage drinking. Ask the 5 W's, which are listed on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. Underage drinking swallows futures. You can't imagine where this one's going to go, right? In the aquatic center. Next. Don't slow down kids' brains. This will probably go in both of the locker rooms. Next one. Parents plug in and play. Encouraging parents to play video games with their kids so they know what their kids are doing on those headsets. Next one. More time with your child goes a long way. Outdoors, we can do that at the gym. We can do that in the community center with all of the things that we have going on. Next one. We love these on the stairs. It's multiple messages all in a row. And we have 3 sets of stairs at the community center. So this is a great opportunity. And next one. These would go around the track. So build your bond, do multiple reps for best results. Next ones. And that's it. All right. So the concept here is that we've been working on this project for the last year with Councilman Ivey, who also sits on this committee with us. And we think we have most of the kinks worked out of it. It is in several locations up north. So we've seen what they do and we've seen the impact that it has in the communities. So in conclusion, what I'd like to tell you today is that by empowering parents and equipping them with the tools they need to raise strong and resilient youth, we're going to be doing our part to help our community and empowering our teenagers, but we're also going to teach the parents how to listen actively, reminding them that being supportive, encouraging independence, stop being those helicopter parents, setting some boundaries and being good communicators. The parents that we touch with this amazing messaging can help build stronger family units, promoting stronger community, which is what we're all looking for. The end result is going to be more conscientious parents and teens who are able to navigate the challenges of adolescence, and there are many, and they emerge as confident, independent, and responsible adults. I want to thank you, before I turn the time over to Pam, for your time today. We are passionate about this. We know that we can make a difference. The Youth Coalition is drawing posters and putting them up in the schools. We wish we could do this in the schools, but the school district is a little bit adamant about saying no. We also know that once we get this program into our beta situation, which is the community center, it will blossom throughout our community. We have lots of private entities who are really interested in putting this in, but we want to start here. You're probably wondering about what's it going to cost? Who's going to install it? Who's going to take it down? And do we have a deadline? Yes, 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 and yes. Pam is going to address all of those today. Come on up.
Thanks, Kelly.
Hello, Council. Mayor, thanks, Kelly. Honestly, I could have just given this to her and she could have said it all. But I'm just going to let you know about the cost. So we were able to receive some funds after applying for the Parents Empowered grant, and we were awarded $8,000 in hard costs and 100 hours from R&R agency, which is a public relations and marketing agency. So that covers the entire art design. The images that you saw on the mock-ups are just mock-ups. We can tailor to what the council or what the city is most comfortable for, so that it can reflect the values of the community and also keep the integrity of the city as well. They will also cover installation and removal fees. So the way that they are designed to be installed is so that they can be removed without causing any damage. And further, if the costs are higher, then Southwest Behavioral Health Center has the funding to add or supplement any other funding that is needed. So honestly, the only thing that we need is your support and your approval. And we have a deadline to use the grant money for June 30th. However, we have a goal for Memorial Day weekend, so we can also promote it with a family fun event. So we can get families there together, bonding, and we can make this an entire community celebration.
Pamela, how long would you keep the banners and the pictures, signs up?
That would be on the contingency of what the council is comfortable with. We would, I know that change, and especially change in attitude and behaviors among individuals, and in this case in parents, isn't going to happen overnight. So I would recommend at least a year to 5 years. That way we can see if we can see any changes in the measurements in some of the instruments that we use to measure community change.
Councilman Henderson, you look like you have a comment or a question.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How do you measure that? What do you use to be able to measure the changes that you see in the community?
That's a great question. So I'm sure some of you may have heard of some of the the controversy around the SHARPS survey with the school districts in the state of Utah. If you haven't, the SHARPS survey is a survey that is administered every 2 years to 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th graders. We use this as an agency, and also the school district uses this to measure their students' behavioral needs, their mental health needs. The teachers also use it, as well as the counselors, to measure if they need certain programs within their schools. So we use that. Some of the questions on that survey ask about parental attitudes. And one of the risk factors that we look at is if parental attitudes favor drug use, or parental attitudes favor antisocial behavior. Another measurement that is also within the survey is neighborhood attachment. So you can see how much students feel welcomed and involved in their neighborhoods and in their communities. There are specific questions as well in the survey that ask, do your parents specifically talk to you about not drinking drugs or not drinking alcohol or using drugs? And that's a basic yes or no. For Washington County, we have a good amount of students who do report that parents talk to them, but we can always increase that and improve in that area. The other thing with this is we can also do community surveys, and We also do parent and student surveys throughout the school years, and that's something that I do with the Youth Coalition.
What other questions do you have for Pamela?
I was just going to say, as I look through the posters and things, I really love those messages of, reminding parents that it's so valuable to spend time with their kids, because that is such a valuable message. So I love those messages. Good reminders.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's something parents overlook, is that they think their children's peers have more influence over them, but it's actually parents. Research has shown that parents are the number one protective factor in whether a child will use substances.
Mayor, just go ahead, Councilman.
Really quick, I like the same message. Now I can take this home to my wife and say, now I have to play video games with my kids. So I really appreciate that. I'm going to take a screenshot of that one and send it to her in a minute. So thank you. But all joking aside, it's a really good, and I was going to ask the question, how long does it need to be? I know Logan Reed very well.
Yeah.
He's a neighbor up the street, and he uses all sorts of statistics in presentations. He's done several presentations to our youth groups in our neighborhoods and does a fabulous job. And they've got all of the stats it's amazing the stats that they have to show the decrease or increase in what's happening in the schools. So
I think with what you said, I think we should not put that poster then with the video games.
They limit it to 15 minutes, so I think it's okay.
Well, I think we have say on what is put up, right?
Yes.
So then you don't take that to your wife yet.
We'll make a small one for your fridge. Just remember, Mayor, something else that's intriguing about this program is that, just like was so well said, just to reiterate it, is that parents sometimes get so enamored with life that it's sometimes just those subtle reminders to take a minute with your kids and share with them. But this program, when we were first discussing it, it's free to the city. We have say over the designs and how it looks, so it matches what we want for our city. When the product is removed, it's removed with 100% protection, that there's no marring or scarring of the material that's put on. And with the zero cost, it's a little bit of a blank slate, knowing exactly how far the 8,000 is going to go. We kind of have an idea of, but if there were leftovers, what would be the appetite, Mayor, for the council? If there's other areas in the city parks or whatever, probably just have that conversation now, so that we don't, maybe have some future direction from the council.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. And just as part of this conversation, I'm kind of gauging the council's feedback on this. I see our leisure services director and his assistants there. I'd just like to have one of you, whoever makes sense, to come and just give any of your thoughts and feedback on, placing these up in the community center, just to get staff's input on this as well. If Barry, if you or one of your assistants there, whoever you feel is most appropriate.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you, Pamela. Don't go away just yet. We just want to hear from our staff as well on these.
I don't know if you want to hear from me. I think I've already voiced my opinion in a few meetings. I don't believe that this is the place for it. I think we open the door for other things, whatever they are, good or bad, to come in and not be able to control that and do that if we set a precedence for that. Certainly that's your decision, but I just don't think that the community center or the parks are the place to do that. Certainly if the schools aren't doing it, I think that's probably the best place for these things to go, is in the schools. And there's probably a reason why they're not allowing that. I don't know. I haven't been involved in any of those things, but that's my opinion, and that's also the opinion of those that work with me. So,
Barry, what do you mean by sets precedent? Precedent, kind of in a negative connotation. What would be a?
Well, I think we limit things that go in there, and we don't limit people coming in and giving their opinions on any of our stuff. We have opinions that people want to give in our public spaces, good and bad. And we just don't allow that. We just don't think that that's the place for it. And if we do, I think that opens up the door for if somebody wants to put a negative thing in there. I mean, how are we to choose what goes in there and not if we allow anybody to do that? So that's our opinion.
What's the policy on posters and things right now at the community center? Is it just city stuff that city produces?
Yeah, the only thing we do have a bulletin board that we have up there. People want to advertise for different things, but we have to approve those things first and make sure that's appropriate that way. That would be a place certainly we would allow that to happen on that bulletin board that we let other things, but to post them just all throughout the community center, I just that's our opinion. This isn't the first time I've voiced it. So
as far as
Thank you.
I'm sorry. No, I was just going to say, I don't shy away from having the conversation. If another group were to come in and they had something that they wanted to propose to the city, I never am afraid to have that conversation.
Yeah.
I think with this one, we've all had people approach us and we've all vetted those, and most of them haven't ended up on an agenda item in city council. I think that this one sets itself aside if we're truly being good stewards and considering what recreation is and things like that. And it's not my intention to try to talk you out or change your mind on it, but I see a whole holistic value for our community to see those. And where it's not a perpetual thing, I don't think that it enables anyone else that would want to come in, that they had the right to, just because we allowed this group. But your concerns are noted.
And in the meetings I have been in, it was my understanding, I thought that the schools were going to allow that. So it surprised me that it wasn't what I thought that way even.
So if I got a minute, Mayor, looking at this, I don't think I have a problem with the message. I think the thing that kind of, I shouldn't say turn me off, but it's like everywhere in the community center. Like, I don't think I would mind having a poster or something, but I didn't like that it was every restroom, every gym, on the stairs. Like, I'm like, that's a lot. That's just how I felt when I looked at it, is it seemed like a lot of, like, I don't want it on the front of the building. I think inside, I'm for a poster or two that kind of helps identify, because I think it's a great program. If it helps and it does give reminder. I just didn't like that it was on every single, I felt like it was in every single space, and I felt like it was too much.
And I'm certainly not against the message either. I think it's a great message.
Just felt like it was taking over everything in the community center. And I know it's important, but I just look at it differently as like, yeah, I want to help support it, but I think this proposal was too much for me. Like, too many locations. Like, if we scaled back and I don't know if it makes sense to have just the restrooms or just a gym or something. I don't know. And I'm not saying what to do. I'm just saying I feel like this was like the stairs. Like, I was like, whoa, that's a lot. Like, poster in every room and the stairs, and then and outside. Like, is our community center going to be just about this? That's how I felt when I looked at the presentation. But I'm all for helping support it, but maybe not to that many places.
And Councilman, I think that's important. That's what we want to have, is that discussion. But the mock-ups that you saw, those are not, they're not being guaranteed that anything's going to be there. Those are just suggesting. And then we determine where and what. The budget was $8,000, and then we have 100 hours of applying, taken down. But I think all that is part of this discussion, to say how much is too much. Because I think they were just trying to, I think they were just trying to show all of the options and then to define that from there.
No, I think that's great if that's the direction. But when I looked at this, I just saw it everywhere, and so that I'm just voicing what I saw. But I don't have a problem with the messaging. I don't know if it sets a precedence, Barry. I mean, you know your community center better than me. This is just it's just a notification. I don't really get the setting a precedent, because I do agree with Councilman Ivey that here, but you know better than me. I'm just saying I don't know where that line is, but I know we have sponsors in there. We let companies put their brands in there if they help sponsor. So is this just a sponsorship? I don't know. I'm asking the question, or is that not?
I don't think it's a sponsorship.
Okay, I'm just
It's-
asking,
yeah,
so.
it's totally different than sponsorship. But then again, this is not my decision. This is your guys' decision, and certainly we do, what we're asked to do. So.
Thad, what do you think, as far as, if we let one group in, are we obligated to let other groups in? Because that's a really good point.
So we've analyzed that question about various different public spaces. Generally, we don't discriminate on public use on public facilities based on message. We've had requests to display certain things on the city flagpoles. Usually it's a flag just of another organization or group, and we've adopted, management policies on how to deal with what we want to have displayed there, which is just our national and state banners, and sometimes our city banners, and what a lot of other people want to display there, which is a banner from their organization and what we want to manage and maintain there. And so there is precedential risk. Anytime we're into a public space and we give one message room at the exclusion of another, we have some risk.
And do we know what the school district's reasoning is for, is it?
Kelly, come on up. If you just let Kelly share the mic there for a minute. Barry, don't go far.
It's not that they don't want the message, it's that the message is better targeted towards adults, not towards kids. So in the schools, it's targeted towards the kids, and that's not what this messaging is about. Okay, it's really targeted towards the parents to help parents understand what we're doing. And you were correct that the mock-up only shows what's potential. We don't even know how far the $8,000 is going to go. So, and you would have final say. It could be 2 posters, it could be us set of stairs, it could be the gaming, whatever, but you would have the final say in that. So, and then the one last thing I wanted to say is sponsorships. For instance, here's a great example. If Stapley is sponsoring something, I would put my logo down in the bottom. This would not have any business sponsorship at all. It would have the Washington City, whatever that's called, bowl down in the bottom. So it would really look like messaging from the city. So.
Yeah. So just in the interest of time, I'll just kind of tell you where I'm at on it. I love the message. One of the things I really liked about not only the messaging, but I think it gives a little bit of color to the community center. I thought some of those were creative. I thought it just kind of dresses it up a little bit rather than just white block walls. And I think there are appropriate messages, but I understand the concern from the community center, but I think what I'm kind of feeling is that there's probably a balance of a small appropriate amount of messaging that could be done on a trial basis for maybe a period of time to see how it goes. I guess maybe just kind of step into the waters just a little bit and see how it goes. But we've got a budget discussion that we'll need the next 45 minutes for. But council, I'm just maybe looking to you for some direction. Is that kind of a general direction, or do you have some more clear direction that you'd like to give staff in this organization?
I would agree with what you said on that we've given some direction, but I don't think we're clear. I'd ask, what's the next steps? Like, is this something we have to approve, or is it something that we're just giving
You've got a
direction?
time frame, did you say, to June 30th?
Yeah, we have to use the funds before June 30th or we lose the funds.
So,
but here's an idea. What if we came back with, what if we provided you in the next 2 weeks or so with a mock-up that was budget oriented, that reduced some of the amount that you're seeing? I know you're getting ready to go through a big remodel, so we want to take that into account too. So we definitely don't want to show you something that they're going to remodel over, and it's less instead of so much.
So
we'll make sure to keep the gaming one.
You use the word some. I'd scale it back quite a bit, in my opinion. I mean, the council's the one that's going to vote on this and ultimately approve. But
that was my question, Mayor. Sorry to cut you off. I was just, is our plan to be on our next council agenda? Or-
You
That's
tell
why I'm
me on
asking.
this. You tell me. I haven't had really any involvement with this until now, but I could see this come back, and these are tough decisions with that the council deals with, right? On the one hand, you see a great organization who does a lot of good, who has an idea, and then you have our community center staff who work so hard and have got some experience with it that, there's a little bit of a,
I would recommend, if you're going to do it, let's at least make it a high bar. Let's make people come and get approval from the council, so that at least helps us. So it's not
formalize it a
the
little
community
bit.
center saying yes or no. It's not them that have to determine that. It's the council that gets to. A lot of people, like Councilman Ivy said, are not going to meet that bar where they want to come in and make that proposal. A lot of people won't make that effort. So that's what I would recommend to help some of the precedent
It
issues.
seems that it would be good to have some coordination. I mean, you're already both in black, similar haircuts. Yeah. Kelly and I are friends. We've been friends for it looks great, by the way.
It was better 4 weeks ago when I was bald.
I saw you 4 weeks ago.
Good with bald. It's a force bald, but
But I think the manager is absolutely right, giving us good counsel on saying, let's bring something back a little more formal. I think at this point, council, if you're willing, let me liaison a little bit with Kelly and Barry on this. Let them bring something back for you in this role, in this room, to consider and vote on with possibly some modifications and things. And if you're okay, me moderating just a little bit. And
Mayor, let me just add just a
Councilman?
snippet before we move on. I think probably if we have one in the swimming pool area, if you have one, and you know what I mean, just the high traffic areas that can be designated of an area that needs it, and then bring that back, Kelly. But the last thing I was going to say, Mayor, is that I appreciate the discussion. We always have good ones and we arrive at a solution, but I certainly don't want to be on the side of not providing everything we can for our citizens to be able to navigate life and raise children. So, I think that maybe some of the concerns that were brought up are valid, but again, if anyone has those concerns, we can have the discussion. That's why we're here. So that's my thoughts.
well said, Councilman. And really quick, Kelly, before I get you, are there other spots that you like at the community center?
No, I just want really quick. I want to add to maybe the messaging. Maybe there's a QR code where parents can go find more information. They can go and scan it.
Good idea.
So we give them more tools so that they can combat these things that are happening in a lot of these households. Because it's going to be in high traffic areas. If we had one in the entrance, like you had pictured there, they could scan their QR code or wherever that is, so they can go find more information.
Okay. So the only thing we have to know before we move forward is the council interested enough for us to tell this company that we're moving forward? We just don't know. We're still looking for specific details. And my only concern with that is our deadline.
And my last question is, I know this is a grant that's 8,000 or whatever it is.
Right.
Are we the only ones? I mean, I know they've been out and talked to others. Or is this grant only for us?
Yes.
And should it only be for us? Because I think it's gone out to other places and no one else is going for it. So anyway.
We didn't ask anyone else. We only came.
Did you ask the school?
We have approached the school, but schools, if the messaging isn't for the school.
Yeah, you answered that. So council, just your response to this in final.
Well, I can see the concern that staff has brought forth, and then what Thad has brought forth. Do we want to turn this into, the community center? I love the messaging. I'm not against that, but do we want the community center just to have all these different organizations coming to the council and proposing, to share their messaging? Because there's a lot of groups that have great messaging to share, and so I think that is a concern that we should address. And then, we're going to be basing our decision on the content. So does that bring up legal issues for the city because we're judging on the content and whether we want to have it in our rec center or not? So I don't know. would like to have more discussion on before we just move forward with this. Personally, and get
Good points.
legal advice from Thad more. Have more discussion for it.
I agree with that. I need to kind of digest this a little bit because I love the message. The message is fantastic. But, these are some concerns that I think we need to chew on a little bit. So, at least for me.
So council, I'm looking to you now. Thank you both. I'm looking to you now for a little bit of direction. Do you feel like this is something you'd like to have come back with a scaled back option, or is this something you'd rather have additional discussion in a separate work session, potentially without input from the organization?
I think we should have additional discussion. I feel like this is kind of rushed since I know we are getting into we're
fine. We'll be okay.
So.
Okay, I'm gonna
just my thought.
I'm gonna give you the last word, Councilman Ivy. So let's just go down. I want to hear your thoughts.
I think that makes sense. Like I said, I think we've got to first look at it. I think we always do better if we digest it a little bit. So
I agree with that.
I'm good with it. And just last comment is we're the city that is setting the bar in so many ways that I think this can also be one of those.
So would you like to chew on it in a few weeks, in a month? What are you thinking? Next work session. Done. Pamela, Kelly, right hand. I forget your name. Timmery. What a pretty name. How could I forget that? Thank you. You make a difference in everything you're doing. And I know these aren't always comfortable, but your presentation was wonderful. It was creative. It was a lot of fun. And sometimes government's just difficult to work with. And so here we are. And we appreciate our staff with the community center as well. I'm going to put that on a future workshop agenda and let this council chew on it some more. And you're welcome to hang around for budget, or you can go get a Coke or something. Okay. Item number 4 is, the council had a retreat earlier this year in which you reviewed many of the accomplishments of last year. We had a roundtable discussion about priorities this year. You gave that direction to the city manager. City manager has been working with our finance director, Brian Brown, coordinating with each department head. You've got a lot of that information in various formats in your packet, but Brian is here today to present the tentative fiscal year 2024 budget. And Brian, we have a hard stop at 5:30, and then council, we've also got this on the regular meeting agenda if we need further time for discussion. So Brian, if you're ready, we're ready for you.
Is there any action on the regular meeting agenda? Or is it just
great question. So the action on the regular meeting agenda, and we can have discussion before that action, but there's 2 parts to that action. 1 is to approve the tentative budget, and 2 is to set the date for the public hearing. So we're not rushing this. The idea would be to approve a tentative budget, which is just that, tentative, set the public hearing date for May 10th, and then it's likely, if I remember my conversation with city manager, that we wouldn't vote on it the night of the public hearing, that we'd push forward that vote for 2 weeks after that, which puts us well ahead of our deadline by the state. So we have plenty of time to get through this in a thorough manner where each of you can continue your involvement after having set the priorities. Fair enough? Take it away, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we started working on the budget in January. So it's quite a lengthy process. And this budget is for fiscal year 24, which will start in July 1st, 2023, and end in June 30th, 2024. So just to go over some of the assumptions we made on the budget assumptions, we are budgeting we use the target number of 615 building permits. Last year, we used 658. So this is a conservative estimate. So we'll see how the year plays out, but it is fairly conservative for the permits. As far as the operating expenses, the departments were directed that they should be planned to maintain the current existing service levels. And they were also instructed to, if they needed to request for capital projects, equipment, vehicles, or one-time expenses be like accounting software or the remodels or stuff like that, where it's just one time. And these requests were reviewed by the city manager, myself, and then we met with and consulted with each department and talked about their budgets and what they had entered. So that was, we met in February with all the departments and kind of finalized and worked with them on their budgets. And some of the, just so you, the percentages in the past, just to bring up some of these percentages for the community center and golf course, the actual amount of expense covered by revenue for the community center last year, and last year's audit was 73% for the community center. 5-year average is 67%. Now, targeted in the past, and ever since I've been here, they've always talked about community center meeting their targeted ratio of 58%. So, and this year, in this year's budget, there'll be that target ratio, their budget's about 60%. So they'll cover about 60% of their expenses. Golf course, on the other hand, the actual amount for last year, they covered 98% of their expenses. So, and their average over the last 5 years, they've covered 85%. In this year's budget, they'll cover 91% of their expenses. And their target ratio that has always been thrown around is 80%. So that's kind of what we've kind of in the past directed them to try and hit those numbers.
That's pretty high, isn't it, Jeremy, for a public golf course?
Yeah, I'd put that up with anybody, and a couple of reasons for that. They do a lot with a little. Golf has become a lot more popular after COVID, but our golf course also gets to run all year round, and they just do a tremendous job of always focusing on keeping the costs down and the revenue as high as possible. So they've done a great job. Community center as well. I mean, that I would say that 73% for a community center, I'd put that up against anyone. Most of the governmental type activities that we do don't even come near that, right? When you do a park or any of your other departments that are governmental. So really good job by our departments.
Brian, why do you see the golf course dropping from 98% to 91%? What's that factor that's going to change that?
I'd have to go look at it.
I don't mean to.
Employee cost and the equipment's mainly what's going to drive that, and fuel and fertilizer.
Increased costs. Okay.
And then we look at the revenue as well, and where we need the numbers to be to make sure that, because the cost of playing golf continues to rise as well for the residents and people who play.
You haven't found any coupons on fertilizer?
No. I did talk to him about parks and golf course would get together. They could maybe be able to work some discounts. Go to the supplier, say, hey, we'll work with you. So there's things they could do. So the budget we're proposing for next year is $145,000, and compared to last year's, it was $123,000. And
you mean million, right?
Million, sorry. 100. Yeah, sorry about that. Million. On the graph, the breakdown shows that general fund makes up about 23% of the total budget.
So, Brian, how much is rollover from last year
for
capital projects or anything like that? How much of those funds of that 123 are we rolling over?
There's quite a few projects that are still rolling over, and equipment, because we didn't get them in, and so.
You have that number? Or?
I don't. I'd have to go look at it.
It's one thing I'd like before. Just want to understand. It's just good to know when you're like, okay, we budgeted 123, but we have 10 million or 2 million or 1 million that needs to be rolled over to this year. So it's just because I feel like it's a number that gets when the public looks at this, they say we spent 123 this year and we got to spend 145 this year. You want to say, well, really some of that's double dipped. Not all of it, not the majority of it, but some of it is.
Yeah, your point is if there's 10 million rolled, we only spent 113 million.
Yes.
We rolled that into next year's plus primarily capital
There's
projects.
some equipment. I'll go look at
Good
those
point.
and back
You
up
just
on
shoot that out to the council.
Yeah. So most of the budget is capital outlay, which does include the capital projects, vehicle equipment, and those one-time expenses. And so the total capital outlay for next year, and this is the number you're talking about that I need to go, is $66 million. And you can see the breakdown for each fund. The largest one on there is the MBA, Bills Park, and the FIO remodel. And the next two slides, we go into more discussion about capital outlay. And I'll turn that to Jeremy.
Yeah, I just wanted to run through a quick discussion of some of the projects that are maybe a little more council driven, or at least council, they're not just streets projects that have to be done for growth and things like that. They're a little more something that we can have a discussion on. We've talked a little. Some of you have had more conversation than others about doing a remodel of the old gym. We've been saving quite a bit of money for years, setting it aside to do some sort of a wrap tax building for arts, for events, for different activities. And so this idea has come forward to take the old gym. In May, the SUU will be out, their Head Start will be out of our gym, and putting the wrap tax money that's been saved, somewhere between $500,000 to $750,000 towards the remodel of that gym into an event space, a meeting space, maybe a reception center, that type of an idea. You could have art shows there. You could have, like I said, the mayor could do his State of the City speech. We could have a lot of different activities in that building. So that's the concept there. Of course, we would have to do a wrap tax approval as well to do that. Rebuild of Station 62. Station 62 on Washington Dam Road, the fire station, was built in an era when we had volunteers. So it really wasn't designed for what we have now, which is a more permanent full-time staff, and they have to sleep there. The facilities in the kitchen, the bathroom, the shower areas, and the sleeping areas really are not adequate for our needs going forward at that station. So that would not be able to use wrap tax funding. That would have to have a $5 million bond. We'd have to borrow that money likely to do that project.
Is there like a projected square footage on the addition, or?
Well, we haven't even got that far until you tell us whether you want us to pull the trigger on even looking at it or not. And any of these could come in this year. We could say let's wait till next year. Let's look at it. There's some real questions on what we could do with sales tax going forward, but it would likely be larger than what we have now, but not massively larger. We would leave the bays where the trucks and things are, and basically take down and rebuild the living quarters and the office.
So the 5 million is just like a number that placeholder number.
It's a placeholder. We think based on what has been done in other communities, it's going to be somewhere in that neighborhood to build.
Thank you.
It's almost a rebuild of a fire station completely. What we're calling the Temple Triangle landscaping, that's the little leftover remnant piece from George Washington Boulevard that's left over near the temple. Right now it's just dirt, and it's starting to grow weeds with all the water that we've had. We'll have to get out there and knock those down. That's a whole separate discussion, the weed discussion, but the concept there is to do some sort of a landscape with signage that welcomes people to Washington as they come in from that George Washington Boulevard from the west, from St. George, and enter our community. I put $5 million into the budget for land acquisitions. I think that many of us are aware of the land acquisitions that the city would like to make. We've talked that to death a little bit, and we're hoping to pay for some of that with the sale of the Main Street and potentially Buena Vista Graham Manor properties that the city owns. So those are in the budget as a sale and as a purchase. So those would go in and out.
And on the regular meeting agenda tonight for the sale and disposition of some of those.
Questions so far on that first page? Anything you want to?
Yeah, can I We have more, right? So
There's another page.
yeah. If you want me to ask them now, or I can wait till later. So
It's up to you.
well, I guess I'll just start here. So I know Jeremy and I talked a little bit today about this. I mean, knew we were looking for a space, but I'll admit I don't think I've ever been approached by anyone about remodeling the old church house. I don't know if I'm opposed to it, but I don't know, right? Like, this is the first I'm really hearing of it. I know we talked about finding a space instead of building a building. I mean, I'll be one of these things it's $145 million. It's almost double from the first year I was on council. So I'm like, we've grown a lot in 4 years, 3 years. This is my fourth budget I've been a part of, but I just look at, okay, do we need everything in the budget this year? I don't know. And one of the thoughts I had is, what if we not say no, but say, okay, let's put whatever it is, 30, 50 grand or whatever, to figure out the design if we're going to go that route. I don't know what that is, and get someone involved that knows how to remodel those type of old buildings. Instead of putting the full budget, similar to what we did on Wills Park last year, where we pulled out the budget because we knew we weren't going to spend it this year, and it was going to fall in this year's budget, which I'm glad we're there. But we spent the first year in design and second year in the actual costs of it. And if we feel like we have time to pull it, or say things progress faster, then we can always add it to the budget later, is kind of my thoughts.
Jeremy, you're probably the best to address that. The initial conversation, we've had some conversation, but this was at our retreat we had. That's where the conversation started, and then we've had some conversation in the Downtown Economic Development Committee. That's probably the primary place where additional discussion has occurred, and that's been kind of a unanimous bring forward for the council consideration. But I think Jeremy can answer some of the questions that you raised, Councilman.
Yeah, I would really propose a different strategy with this because of the age of the building and the difficulty of, if we want to go out and actually make plans that everybody could bid off of, we are going to spend a lot of money, but it's really difficult to know what we're going to find yet.
Yeah.
So I have reached out to just initially one CMGC contractor that could do a construction management project. So we would RFP it rather than go out. Now, he gave me some initial budget numbers that were anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million, depending on how far we wanted to take it as a city. So that's, do we want to redo all the landscaping, turn it into a full reception center? Do we want to do it's likely going to need a new roof. Do we want to redo the outside of the building anyway? So we at least have enough that we could get started if we wanted to, and that was the concept here.
Yeah, let me maybe be clear. I'm not looking to go out to bid on, like I'm saying, like you said, get a full set of plans, say contractor build this. I like the CMGC process. I'm saying I don't want to get in a situation where we're like, we have no idea, like we don't know what's going, it just gets changed, and then we get a lot of people in our ears saying, why did this change and all that. I would just like have a more open process. Mm-hmm. And I don't feel like we're going to spend $500,000 this year on it, is all I'm saying. Is let's work on the look and the feel and how it is before we go spend the money to go do it.
And that's completely up to you as a council, the timing, but I think we could start as quickly as July and have it done maybe by February, March, if that's the timing that you wanted to go on. I mean, they jump right on it and get going, but if you would like to wait a year, that's completely up to
this is just me. Like I said, I remember us having conversations in our retreat about options, but I've had no other discussions about, is this the right direction, or should we be looking at building a building? I don't know. I just feel like I'm not up to speed, and maybe that's my own fault that I'm not up to speed.
No.
And so I'm just concerned about adding. I'll be honest, I'm trying to not, I don't want to put a $145 million budget if we don't need it. So if it makes sense to do something different, that's just one of the items. So and I don't want to get stuck on this for too long. I just am telling you that's one of my thoughts. And then the other, the rebuild of the station, it's kind of the same thing. Like, is it a necessity right now? Do we need to spend the $5 million this year to do it? You'd have to tell me, Jeremy, because or do we want to push that to a later year? I just don't know the need on it.
It's a need, and we could certainly talk about that when we have future budget discussions. I guess the concern for me, and this is another discussion for us to have, is there's the potential of a sales tax to help fund EMS that could really help pay for some of this, but that depends on the appetite of the council to put that out for the public to vote on. So there are some unknowns there that I think if we wanted to wait on that, we certainly could and push it to the next year, knowing that at that point we'd have some better clarity on our revenues specifically for EMS and fire. And I think Chief Evans would be fine with that. We're looking to move forward and continue to kind of take bites of this apple to continue to upgrade our facilities in our department. But yeah, that's a $5 million expense that I don't think anybody would have a hard time waiting until after we had some clarity on the sales tax. And then again, we don't have to wait for another year. Brian brings us a budget adjustment every quarter. If we had clarity and the council said, okay, now we'd really like to move forward with that, let's go ahead and add the $5 million at that point. That would be an option as well.
You know what might be a good idea is I would love to go look at that fire station so that we can kind of get an idea of the lay of the land a little bit.
I think it'd be a really good work session or just field trip to go. If you haven't been to that station, it's a little different than 61, and have the chief talk about the need for the upgrade there.
Are there firefighters sleeping there now?
Yes.
And in what condition are they sleeping? Just in the open bay areas?
No. I don't want to go really far into it in this meeting, just because let's just say that it may not be 100% where we'd like to have them. Does that make sense? They have done some remodeling on their own and put up some walls and created some space, but it's not what we would like to see moving forward as a city. And I think outside of that, the space for, again, for them to have showers and to have their bathroom facilities and their sleeping facilities and their kitchen facilities are all needing to be upgraded. It's a big difference between volunteers that are just there occasionally, and we're really housing people 24/7 now. And the other part of this is that you can't use impact fees for that because it's an existing facility. So it's one of those that are really 100% on the city.
So just clarification, if we tear it down and then rebuild it, is that impact fee eligible? And so I'm just saying, I'm just wondering.
And if we bonded, as I understand, it would likely be about a $200,000 debt service annually until it's paid for. But it is a big ticket item, and council, this is exactly the right environment for everybody to have the discussion on each of these items. So I appreciate that feedback.
The other thing that could happen is you could, anyway, that's getting off topic, but I don't think it's something that necessarily has to happen with the July 1 budget. It's something that we could absolutely wait till we had clarification on the revenues and ask all those questions. But I'd love to see us do a tour of the fire station to look at it.
Can I ask a question about the Temple Triangle landscaping?
Yes, please.
Does someone not want to build a house there?
I was going to say, is it going to be all grass?
It is really a tough piece for anything because it would have to come off of George Washington Boulevard, and it's small and it's odd shaped. So it wasn't one of the pieces that we had identified would be good for a building lot. It's
not a commercial property.
It's rather small. I can get you more details on it, but I think it's too small for any of those purposes. It's really just a small remnant piece that we would either landscape with just probably some rock that we would keep sprayed down, or we could do something much better. We could do a better.
I would recommend we put some contour to it, some elevate, like just mounds of dirt, like make it look. I'm not saying go. I mean, I like it. I think 300. We can do something pretty nice with it.
We could do something really nice for 300,000. It wouldn't just be landscaped. It would be a showpiece as you come into our city, and it would have some signage and be really nice.
Will and Bill had some kind of creative, just real preliminary ideas on it. You may have, I don't know if any of you saw that, but yeah, there's some depth to it, and frankly, I like the fact that people recognize that area is Washington, and
just the
Mayor,
greater St. George area.
Mayor has that stash of stone somewhere, right?
It's
We can
a
use.
stone's throw away, Councilman. That would be a good inclusion. We might be able to make that wall.
I guess I would also throw this out as an option. It sounds like there's a little bit of concern that maybe you approve the budget and then you never see it again, and all of a sudden there are, there's a piece that's been landscaped, $300,000 have been spent. The other thing we could do with it is we could approve it and add a note to it that says, kind of contingent upon council approving the design or something like that, so that we can go ahead and put it in the budget, and when it comes forward, it's not just gone and all of a sudden there's a piece built, that you have a little more input into it at that point. That would be an option as well. All right, let's move to the next slide. The next slide is really leisure services projects, and I think Barry's here to answer any questions, or Paul or Cole, but I think most of you are aware of these projects. And again, we're trying to do a lot as a city. I think to answer your question, we're in a growth phase as a city. The mayor likes to call it our teenage years, and that's kind of how it feels. There's no doubt we're spending a lot more on projects than we ever have in the past. And it's really a good question for the council to say, are there priority projects that maybe take precedent over others, or are these things that we're trying to work on all together as we go? And some of that we've already addressed, but the Wheels Park, we bonded for that in 2022. So that's a $10 million plus project as we go along. And we expect now to really, in this budget starting in July, we'll really start spending a good amount of that money. We're getting really close to starting dirt work on that project. So it's going to take multiple years, but the money's going to start going out here in this budget. The canal trailhead is the trailhead at the base of Shinabkaib. And again, some of these are just placeholders because we don't really have exact numbers, but based on what our last trailhead came out around $3 million up at the Grapevine trailhead, 2.4.
Do we have a status on the BLM there?
We're still in the permitting phase and trying to get approvals.
You feel like it's something that we would get through within the year? Because sometimes BLM can drag out. So
I would hate to even venture a guess. Would you? It's like
it's pending.
It's pending, and
No, I've been to a year's worth of meetings already on it. But Barry gave you an update yesterday.
You're correct. We are, matter of fact, I just got an email. I talked to Jeremy about it. I just got an email that the BLM is that close. They just want a letter now from someone else. I don't know if I should say that right here. I think that's from the canal company. The canal company doesn't own that. That's BLM property. So the easements and everything come from the BLM. And they just want permission basically from the canal company that says they're okay with us, going on that area and doing that wouldn't block any of their to go in there and do maintenance or any of their things in there. And so I'm going to have that put together and get back to them. I think that's the last thing. So we're really close on having that done. I believe it would probably go this year.
Thank you for that.
So then we've got the canal trail, and in the past we've budgeted $3 million for that. We kind of pieced that out and we put $1 million in the budget. If we got to that maximum, then we could come back and ask for more. The Mill Creek Trail extension is the trail extension from our park up through Mill Creek along Cottontown Village on the other side of the trail. So that extends all the way out to the other side of the road. The Grapevine Trailhead that we've talked about, and then the Washington Parkway Trail, which would go from the Grapevine Trailhead west along the new Northern Corridor, Washington Parkway.
Does the Mill Creek Trail, it goes under the culvert at the Mill Creek, does it go east to the boilers, or is it just to the culvert where you would go under the freeway there?
We will come up from Nyson Park under the freeway, and then to the boilers and make that connection to Main Street, which
makes that full L. It connects the boilers basically with the cotton mill,
and especially with the project that's going with the new interchange and everything, that's going to all be done, and then that'd make that connection. And the one that's coming from, the trail that's coming from Grapevine, that goes to Main Street. So that connection would be made with that Mill Creek and the Grapevine trailheads. Yeah.
Does that
We're getting
trail,
really close to making all those connections right there.
does that come under the freeway by the church there that used to be the two lazy
Yeah, so
ranch?
we have to be on the west side. There's two culverts there. We'd have to be on, they're both the same size. We thought the one was shorter and had a sewer underneath it, but we actually went in and dug those with Sunrise, looked at it, and there's also no, the sewer is there, but it goes another way. And so the reason that is a lot shorter is it just is full of mud and dirt. Okay. And so we would be on the west side. The reason we can't be on the east is because we have the big splitter box there that splits the water and goes different places. And so we would go under the freeway on the west, and then as soon as we get on the north side of the freeway, then we would bridge across and head to the boilers. We would take the trail up to Buena Vista. We've already got the trail underneath the bridge there, and that's where we would end. And then there's already a natural trail there, but that would be a different project up into Brio on that side.
Okay, thanks.
So I think you can see we're planning on keeping Barry and his group really busy this year. And I think unless we ask him not to move forward on some of these, that's about $20 million worth of projects potentially. And I think most of them are planned to go this year. Will they all go? No. There will be something, maybe we don't get approvals or we're not able to finish something, but him and his group have been working hard at your request to get these trails in and trailheads. And so I know the Grapevine Trailhead and the Washington Parkway Trail are going out to bid soon. So, I think as long as we stay moving on all these projects, we have a potential to get many of them completed.
Grapevine's out to bid.
It's out to bid. So,
Mayor, can you give an update on the canal trail? Have we got the rights of way, or where are we at on that?
So we are chipping away. It's a process, but I think we can get there. We've roundtabled with a lot of the interested parties. There are sections where we're ready now to lay asphalt. There are other sections where we're going to have to work with property owners in order to acquire that ability. But it's one of those things that if we want to connect these beautiful regional parks that are south of the river in the fields to have that same standard, that same quality as we have north, then I think really the only way to do that is by connecting them by the trail. And so while it's much harder digging than the Washington Parkway Trail, even the Mill Creek Trail, but I think even though it's hard ground, I think we just keep chipping away at it. And I have some of that dogged determination that I don't want to give up on it.
So the 1 million would be acquiring still some rights, and then where would this be able to pay for the trail itself?
No, and there's existing funding there, so this would add to it. But I've been talking canal trail for 6 or 8 years. Barry can attest to that, and so I just eternal optimist think that if we just keep chipping it, we'll get there. So. But fair question. It's if to just use the ground analogy, it's rocky. It's like the last part of the tree we dug last night. Henderson and Coates had the easy digging, and Casperson had the hard digging.
And are the trailheads and the trails are covered by impact fees?
Yes, most of these are impact fee eligible. Other than the Wheels Park, which we've already bonded for, and we just have the money in savings. I would say this will use down a lot of our impact fees, our park impact fees. If we were able to do all these projects, it will take a significant amount of those fees. But they're fees that we've been saving for projects just like this. A little bit to Councilman Coates' comment though, in the last 4 years, and you probably as much as anybody understand the cost increases we've seen as well in the last 4 years. So a lot of these big capital projects are just costing us more. And we expect if we don't do them, they'll cost more in the future. So it's a balance. I recognize when we go to the residents and say, it's a balanced budget, but it's a lot. And so do you want to do everything? Do you want to scale back? I think we're all happy to take your direction and tell us where you want to go with it. But so far the direction has been, hey, if we can get these projects done, let's get them done. Let's keep everybody working as hard as they can on them, and let's get them finished.
I know we're short on time. I want to make sure you have a chance to get your final thoughts in. But last night when we were at the ribbon cutting for that beautiful new park, and kids climbing all over the playground equipment and playing in the park. I mean, it was just a wonderful experience. Thank you, Barry, and your staff for that. But one of the comments that I made is I look at these parks like Sullivan and all these other parks. They're kind of these hubs, and in certain areas where land's been more expensive and harder to get, we make these bigger regional parks the hub, and then we network them with these connections with the trails. And so to me, these trail systems are an extension of the park. And I look at this Wills Park, the design is coming together, the groundbreaking is imminent. This council, you guys were smart when you bonded when rates were low, so we got a good rate on that. But just as we've been talking here, I think, where's that next park? I don't know. Is it part of another master planned community? I don't know. But in the meantime, I think these trails connect our communities and connect our parks to give access to the now 17, soon to be 18 that we have. But none of these to me are life or death, but I think they bring quality of life. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
I agree 100% with you, Mayor. I've been fighting I've been working on the canal trail with you a little bit. And I think it's crucial for us to get the connectivity, because I love that we're connected to the Sunrise Valley. Sorry, I get it confused with the subdivision Redwater. Sunrise Valley, Sullivan, soon potentially Pineview Park. Like, we'll have a good east-west, and we need a good north-south trail. And I can't tell you, you're right. Quality of life. People are here because of the quality of life. If you can't get on a trail and just walk, they are expensive to put in, but it is. I just love them. I've done enough of them that I just think it's important enough that it helps our community members get together. And not everyone can, you go to a park. I was at Sullivan this week for a soccer game. I just watched the kids cruise around the park. It's big enough they cruised
Playing
around.
the river. Not now.
So some went up, some went down.
And when you factor, sorry, Councilman.
I was just saying it's crucial to get these trails, and they're realizing, more and more communities are realizing how important they are. I think the canal trail is a struggle because we didn't think about it back when subdivisions were coming along, and we're dealing with a lot of different property owners and opinions, and it always makes it difficult. So, and I know, and I just want to appreciate staff. I know that this council's been hard on trails, but it's because it's so important to the community. So I just appreciate staff for working with us and making sure we get our trails that are planned in our master plans, because it definitely is going to make our community better overall.
And thank heavens for the impact fees. That kind of gives us
yes
a way
and
forward. No. If you're paying or benefiting from them.
Council, we're right up against 5:30. I'm happy to continue any of these projects or leisure services discussion during the regular meeting. If not, we can pick up at slide 7, general fund, whatever your preference is during that next meeting. Probably ought to close for now, get some dinner, reconvene at 6. Councilman Martinson, you give us a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? We're adjourned until 6 p.m. regular meeting.
So on behalf of Washington City and this council, I just, it's humbling to see the crowd here tonight and the support for these three individuals that we're going to get to here in a few minutes. And don't feel bad if you don't stay for the whole meeting, if you leave right after. But I just want to extend just a really warm welcome to all of our Washington City firefighters. And I recognize and want to welcome firefighters that are from the community, from other agencies, and family members and friends. This is a really special day, and we appreciate you being here. Today is April 26th. We're here in Washington City Hall in the council chambers. As always, our meetings are broadcast live on our YouTube station, linked at washingtoncity.org/meetings. We're going to start off our meeting this evening with an invocation from Laura Fairchild with the Baha'i Faith. We really appreciate her leadership and her role with the Interfaith Council. It means a lot that you would be here tonight, Laura.
Thank you very much. Consider this a prayer for the council and for those who are in service to us from the fire department. Prayer for protection for them. O my God, I invoke thee and supplicate before thy threshold, asking thee that all thy mercies may descend upon these souls. Specialize them for thy favor and thy truth. O Lord, unite and bind together the hearts, join in accord all the souls, and exhilarate the spirits through the signs of thy sanctity and oneness. O Lord, make these faces radiant through the light of thy oneness. Strengthen the loins of thy servants in the service of thy kingdom. O Lord, thou possessor of infinite mercy, Lord of forgiveness and pardon, forgive our sins, pardon our shortcomings, and cause us to turn to the kingdom of thy clemency. Invoking the kingdom of might and power, humble at thy shrine and submissive before the glory of thine evidences. O Lord God, make us as waves of the sea, as flowers of the garden, united, agreed through the bounties of thy love. O Lord, dilate the breasts through the signs of thy oneness, and make all mankind as stars, shining from the same height of glory, as perfect fruits growing upon thy tree of life. Verily, thou art the Almighty, the self-subsistent, the giver, the forgiving, the pardoner, the omniscient, the one creator. Amen.
Amen. That was a beautiful prayer. Thank you. So, council members here pointed out the fact that we're missing our flag. We've had a few events here with Cotton Days. So is there a staff member that could find us a flag? Steve, can you pull one up on the screen? There's not one in my office. If there's one, Steve, can you pull one up on the screen? I'm going to look here for 1 sec, see if there's one in the closet. So it did make it back, just not back in the right place. This time we're going to have a Pledge of Allegiance. I've asked Utah Tech student, marketing major, part-time accountant there at the university, Ryan Roundy, if he'd come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ryan. And I'm convinced that this council has never looked better. Thank you for these. Council, we do not have need to go to closed session tonight. So I'd ask that a motion come forward to approve the agenda without the last item, item 14.
Mayor, I'll make the motion. We approve the regular meeting agenda for April 26, 2023 with item 14 closed session be removed.
I have a motion by Councilmember Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. We'll move on to item 2, which is announcements. I'm excited. I'm honored to share with the public the news that for the second year in a row, Washington City was recognized by Wallet Hub as the #1 small city in America for starting a small business. That's no small feat. They surveyed and analyzed data on multiple metrics of over 1,300 cities, populations 25,000 to 100,000. And Washington City, right here in the heart of Utah's Dixie, ranked #1 as best city to start a small business. And that's a real credit to the leadership and the staff here in the city. So we're making progress. Tomorrow, while most of this council will be on a tour with the Washington County Water Conservancy District of Infrastructure, I will be diverting over to the new Maverick on Buena Vista. There's a ribbon cutting. That's tomorrow at 2 p.m. For any of you that are interested there. I can't promise free gas or free drinks, but I promise to keep my remarks there very short. Cotton Days activities are rolling right along. On, let's see, Friday, April 28th at 6 p.m. is the Historical Society night at Veterans Park. Free ice cream, rides to the Covington home. At 7:30 p.m. there'll be a movie in the park. Bring your lawn chairs, your blankets, and you can sit out there and enjoy a nice evening. The movie will start at sunset. Saturday is when most of the activities occur. That's on April 29th, 7 a.m. The Lions Club will be cooking breakfast. It's a great breakfast, big pancakes. Ben, are you on sausage this year, or what do they got?
I don't know. I think I'm just there.
You're just there.
Just whatever they need me to do until the parade.
There's a pretty old guard on that grill, but you're moving up the ranks. For you runners out there, at 7 a.m., the Cotton Days 5K starts and finishes at Sullivan Park. A new event that I was told about this year is a Mayor's Historical Walk. So I'm brushing up on some local history. That'll start at 7:30 a.m. It's free. Just meet in front of the old school where the beautiful new statue of Melinda Covington was unveiled on Monday evening. And we're going to do a short walking tour of some of the historical sites on the north side of Telegraph. Next year, we'll go to the south side. The parade starts at 9 a.m. I'm confident the council's going to throw a lot of candy. Be careful with Councilmember Casperson. She's got a good arm, so she might bring a little heat there. And then as we go on, the Cotton Days activities just start right after here at Veterans Park. There's also the Heritage Art Show at the Relief Society building. There's the Classic Car Show at Nyson Park. And then there's the tractor pull at the vacant lots. We love the tractor pull. At some point, we hope that lot is not vacant, but while it is, tractor pull is probably the best use for it. And then on Sunday night, there's a fireside at 6 p.m. Two last things. I know this is a lot of announcements. There is a Muddy Good Celebrity Flag football game on Friday. Rumor has it that we've got some of our Washington City Fire and Washington City Police members suiting up for that game. We're looking to defend our trophy, our title. We beat St. George last year. I know they've been practicing. We haven't, but I'm confident. I like our chances again this year. So that is Friday night at 6:30 p.m. at Crimson Cliffs.
And then they'll have a number of activities. This is actually an event, and we're raising funds for the Children's Justice Center, which just broke ground today on an expansion of their facility. So it's a fun event for a great cause. And then our municipal clerks who are doing all the work behind the scenes to plan these meetings and record these meetings, et cetera, make sure to thank them the week of April 30th through May 6th. It's Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And, don't, make it lavish. Our clerks do so much work. Council, that was a mouthful. Any announcements that I missed? Okay. Item 3, declarations of abstentions and conflicts on the agenda tonight. Anything to declare or abstain from? Seeing none, we're going to move to item 4, which is a proclamation. And I'm going to go ahead and read that now. This is the reading of a proclamation declaring April 28th as Arbor Day. And at the ribbon cutting for the Sunrise Valley Park last night, the council and myself, we had the opportunity to plant a tree at the new park. It's a really pretty Shumard oak tree down there at the park, and so we're gonna enjoy watching that grow. But in recognition of Arbor Day, I'm gonna go ahead and read this proclamation. In 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal, now, therefore, I, Cress Staley, Mayor of Washington City, do hereby proclaim April 28th, 2023 as Arbor Day. And I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations, dated this 26th day of April, 2023. And one fun fact before we get to what you're all here for, Washington City has a number of trees, and every tree that is in the care of Washington City is inventoried by species, age, and location. So we keep a full database. We've been a Tree City USA for 10 years in a row. And this year, because of the care of our great staff and our Shade Tree Committee, we received what they call a growth award. So thank you to Paul and all those that are working with you, and those of you council members on that committee and staff on that committee. We really appreciate your work. Okay. At this time, we'll move on to item 5, which is oath of office. This is an introduction and oath of office for the following Washington City Fire Department positions: firefighter paramedic, firefighter advanced EMT, and firefighter captain. And it's been my privilege to watch Chief Evans go through this process on every single one of those positions with numerous highly qualified, highly capable individuals who tested and did their best, but ultimately there were only 3 positions to be filled. So at this time, I'm going to announce those names, and ask that when your name and position is read, actually, I'm going to do it one at a time. So the first position is a firefighter paramedic, and this individual comes to us highly trained, highly qualified from past experience with Gold Cross and a part-time Washington City firefighter. Trina Uzik, would you please come forward? I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Yes, you are.
Yet. The next position to be filled as for the position of firefighter, advanced EMT. We feel very fortunate that this individual, who has been a part-time Washington City firefighter and a full-time firefighter from a neighboring agency, would choose to make Washington City his full-time employment. I'd like to invite Brant Sheesh to come forward. Congratulations, Brant. I actually get chills on this last one here because, as I said, I know how many very qualified, very capable individuals applied for this position, and it's such a critical role in our firefighter department. This person has been with Washington City Fire for 2 or 3 years now and is being promoted not only because of his skill and ability as a firefighter, but because of his integrity and his ability as a genuine, caring, true leader. It's my privilege to announce Captain Viliami Koloa. Captain Koloa, if you come forward, please. Chief Evans, would you come forward and introduce us to these individuals and administer the oath of office?
Absolutely. It's a great night. I know I've never administered the oath of office in flowers, and I don't think I have ever seen all of you in flowers up there either. It's a great night, a great celebration. And as you can see from the room, lots of fire family from all over the county and various different departments. And we appreciate all their support as well. Great people here, and we're going to make this official. I'm going to, let's turn your, you can go this way. No, all right, right hand. I state your name. You have to say it so they can actually hear you. So let's try that one more time. A little more enthusiasm. This is supposed to be a good time, right? All right. I.
Brent Shees.
Brent got his.
We're just taking turns.
All right. Good.
Trina Uzik.
Perfect. Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear
that I will support.
That I will support.
Obey and defend.
Obey and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of Utah.
And the Constitution of the State of Utah.
And I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
Congratulations. All right. In this process and in this kind of a profession, as you guys know, as you get to spend a lot of time away, it takes a lot of support from home as well. And so we like to involve them in this process. And so most typically, we would do that with them, having them, somebody pin their badge on for them. Oh. The only challenge with doing it in a white shirt is if they miss, everybody will know. Mayor, I talked to all three of them before and told them that every once in a while, sometimes we talk about them, and sometimes we'd like them to tell us a little bit about themselves. And so, if you're okay, I'd like to have each of them share just a little bit.
Let's go Trina, Brandt, and then Captain.
Can I just talk right here?
Talk this way. Yeah, just put the mic down. They can hear you, but this council wants to get to know you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Trina Usick. I work for Washington City Fire Department. Paramedic. Been paramedic for 4 years. I came from Phoenix, Arizona. I fell in love with Utah, so I moved here. And I'm stoked to be here. So thanks.
Thank you, Trina. Brent, tell us a little bit about what this means for you.
Oh man, this really does mean a lot for me. I was very blessed to have Vil as my FTO officer for when I started working with Washington City Fire. And something that I learned going through that process is that fire is really a family, and that's something that I'm super excited about, and I love being a part of this family. So that's really what it means to me as family.
Well said. We're lucky to have you. Thank you. Captain Kaloa, what does this mean to you?
Really bad allergy season. As I was contemplating today, quote came to mind. Rick Warren, he said, the greatest gift you can give someone is your time. Because when you give that part of your life, you never give it back. I didn't get here by myself. I had all these people behind me getting my back. So for tonight, I hope that I can make all of you proud and continue that culture that we do have, that Chief Evan has kept up with. And I'm just grateful. Thank you.
Allergies.
Lucy, my new friend. Come on up. When you're married to a fire captain, it's an absolute team effort. Talk to us about how you feel and where what this means to you and your family. And
I feel weird with my back to everyone. But, you know, like my husband said, we couldn't have gotten here without so many people. I think about our blood family and our chosen family, and I think about people like Nielsen and Peacock and Guard, who fostered my husband to be the type of firefighter when he was just starting out. I think about, like, I was losing my mind this morning, and my husband's brother, Kelly Longy, helping me rein it in. I think about our kids, because I know without them, the motivation for my husband wouldn't be there as strongly. I'm super motivating. But for sure, there is motivation. And I think about a young boy from the islands who grew into a man with a dream. And he wanted to one day, and we were thinking like way one day, be a captain. And how exciting it is to watch him as a wife. And I have not seen him this happy in so long and been so proud. And I'm especially proud of him just watching him within the community. You know, we knew that this would make a big impact for our family. But not only that, but our fire family has been so supportive, and our Polynesian community family has been so supportive. And I want to make sure I take time to thank them for all having our backs and making sure my husband understood that what he's doing is super cool, and showing up for him. You know, we always say, you know, you can talk the talk, but like showing up is what's always super important. And so I want to thank everybody for showing up and for being here for our family. And I also, as part of that, because, you know, we're Polynesian, and I want to thank our brother Kelly Longy for helping me with this. But we have ice cream for everybody afterwards. So Spilled Milk will be meeting us out there after this meeting with ice cream sandwiches for everyone. So in true Poly fashions, everyone gets sleighs and everyone gets to eat. So, but anyways, I want to make sure everybody hangs around for that. And again, thank you guys for, you know, making this a special day for our family.
Can you come more often, please?
Sure. We're down.
Hey, last question. How does he look in the uniform with that new badge on?
He looks hot.
Okay.
I mean, he looks very handsome.
Oh, thank you, Lucy. Okay, immediate family and new firefighters. Let's get a picture first with the council. Then we'll invite all of the firefighter family to come join us for one more picture. It's probably gonna be most everyone in the room, but let's start with that. All three firefighters and like immediate families with the council, and then we'll invite the fire family to come up and we get one big group picture.
Our daughter couldn't be here, so she wants to be in the picture. Oh, we're missing. We gotta get real close. Please.
You guys love each other, it's fine.
Right here. Oh, wait.
Oh, one more.
We're missing children. We have one more. Oh, never mind. We can't find her. Photoshop.
All right, firefighters.
Any firefighters? It's the extended family. Hey, council. Okay.
Yeah, come on, guard. Come on, guard. I know you went up to town. Right, switch in, switch in.
I don't think we do.
Okay. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take a few. Okay. Thank you.
All right. You guys go enjoy some ice cream and we'll do the boring stuff in here.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. Jeez, they send them down and keep them. We're on the clock now. Yeah. Wonder what Susie's connection is. I wonder what Susie's connection is. It's just Molly.
Okay, you know we're going to be lingering for a long time. Do you want me to bring you ice cream in here?
No.
Are you sure? Okay, FYI, I'll probably come back at some point. There's going to be left. Okay, love you guys.
It's like, how?
Whether we want it or not. Item 6, consent agenda. Consisting of the approval of the minutes for 12/23 and a final plat for Red Mesa Phase 3. I'd be happy to entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mayor, I can make that approval of the consent agenda.
Motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
It's approved unanimously. We have some public hearings. Just by raise of hand, are there any here tonight that are here to speak as part of the public hearing? Okay. Item 7A. This is a public hearing to allow public comment regarding Washington City's proposed distribution and sale of real property owned by Washington City. The parcel of real property proposed for sale is significant under applicable Utah Code or Washington City Code. The property is approximately 11.557 acres and located on the corner of Main Street and Buena Vista Boulevard with an address of 175 West Buena Vista Boulevard in Washington, Utah, 84780. At this time, I will open the public hearing for any who would like to speak to this item. Seeing no one come forward, I will close the public hearing. Council, the requirement is to hold a public hearing. Is there any discussion you would like to have on this particular item, which you're all familiar with before I move on to the next item?
The only question I have is for Manager Red. What's the next steps on this?
So the next step is we'll bring you the RFPs for your review. And then that's at which point you'll actually decide if you want to move forward with accepting requests. That also doesn't mean you have to sell the property. Once you get the proposals in, then you can review and at that point make some determination.
These two public hearings are mandated by state law. The purpose is for the city to publish notice indicating the land as well as the language is important, proposed disposition, and then invite them to come and give the council any feedback they might have.
Appreciate staff's efforts. Manager, attorney, economic development director, thank you for your work on this. We'll move on to item 7B. This is a public hearing to allow public comment regarding Washington City's proposed disposition and sale of real property owned by Washington City. The parcel of real property is significant under applicable Utah Code or Washington City Code. The property is approximately 5.98 acres and located at Buena Vista Boulevard and Graham Manor with an address of 405 East Buena Vista Boulevard, Washington, Utah, 84780. Is there any in attendance who would like to speak to this particular item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn to the council for any comment or discussion.
So just a point of clarification for me, because it's just a public hearing, we're holding the public hearing, but we're not making any action on this, correct?
No action, just a chance for the public to comment if they'd like to.
Thank you.
I actually had to think about that before the meeting. So we're on the same page, Councilman. So we've now officially met that requirement for having a public hearing.
Correct. Maybe just to speak a little further to Councilman Coates' questions. This is a unique public hearing. It's not just in the land use law. There's a specific law within the municipal code that says when a city proposes to sell land that is significant, which staff believed both were significant and you know, council supports that, then the city must notice it and bring it for public comment. We recognize that there's the decision as to whether or not to sell these is not ripe. We don't have enough detail, including offers from an RFP. And so there will be a process that rolls through. Eventually, it'll be this body that makes the decision publicly as to whether or not these get sold. But that's not tonight.
Appreciate that information. Any discussion, council?
Do we see these both as commercial pieces?
Rusty? And you thought you were going to do all the work just behind the scenes.
I did, Mayor, thanks. So they are both general planned for commercial, and they are both currently zoned as C2. However, we have some flexibility as far as if the council decides to go in the direction of an RFP as to that as well. I will just, there is one note, I don't know if you noticed, but there in the briefing document for the 405 East Buena Vista Boulevard, it says about 8 acres, and then it was 5 acres because that's what the county has recorded. It's actually 2 parcels that will be divided up into four pieces, and the main parcel, the one that's being considered, is around 8 acres, but we're still working on the survey to secure some of the city assets on that piece.
So we might see this again?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, Rusty. Good work. Ready to move on? Item 8, this is conditional use permits that are coming to council now. I will note that the public hearing occurred at the Plan Commission level on items 8A and 8B. And where this is a conditional use permit, I feel it appropriate that we do a roll call vote. So item 8A is consideration to approve a conditional use permit C-23-01 for a proposed car wash located at 834 West Buena Vista Boulevard. The applicant is Lone Star Builders. City Planner Eldon Gibb, if you'll present this item to the council, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit for a commercial development located at 834 West Buena Vista Boulevard. Any proposed projects along Buena Vista Boulevard require a conditional use permit and recently added council's approval as well. The applicant is wishing to develop a new drive-through car wash business on the property. Property is currently zoned C2 and consists of 1.47 acres. The zoning to the north, east, and west is C2, and Buena Vista Boulevard and the I-15 corridor are to the south. The proposed car wash will be an automated wash system that will be built and operated to limit the maximum amount of new consumed water to no more than 20 gallons per vehicle, as noted in the city code and also in the conditions below. The applicant is planning to use approximately 17 gallons of fresh water per vehicle. The proposed car wash will have a designated area that is covered for the patrons to vacuum out their vehicle. There will be two vacuum equipment locations located to the north of the property, and those are noted on the plan. The new building will be required to meet the standards as outlined in the city ordinance and adopted building and fire codes. Staff feels that if those can be met, then the request should be granted for the proposed new commercial development at this location. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on April 19th, 2023, and recommended approval of C-23-01, allowing for a new commercial automated car wash to be built at 834 West Buena Vista Boulevard. And that was based on the following findings and conditions in the report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, questions for Eldon? Any need for the applicant to come forward? Yes. Is there applicant's representative here? If you'd come forward and please just state your name, introduce yourself a little bit. Thank you for being here.
All right. Thanks for your time. My name is Russell Nelson. I'm with Lone Star Builders. We're a developer for Quick Quack. We build most of their car washes in the country, and we build all of the Quick Quack car washes here in Utah. We love partnering with them. They're a great company to partner with. I'm sure you've seen some of these around the valley, but they're well managed. They're always clean. The staff always looks professional. They act professional. It's just a good company. They get involved in a lot of charities and fundraisers. They're the kind of business you want to be involved with and want in your community. So one of the main reasons we like partnering with them too, I have a watershed science degree from Utah State University. So I have a personal interest in water conservation. I know that's a big concern here. Quick Quack was conserving water before it was the cool thing to do. All of our car washes have an advanced reclaim system where we reclaim most of our water. They're actually headquartered out of Sacramento, California. That's where they started. And they're part of some water conservation groups out there. And even during some severe drought periods, some of the municipalities out there will encourage residents to wash their car at a Quick Quack instead of at home, just because it saves so much water. Washing your car at home usually uses about 120 to 160 gallons maybe. Our standard car wash uses about 28 gallons. So water conservation is our thing. This is a new requirement, going to 20 gallons for us. We have reviewed this very closely. It was brought to our attention very early in the project by your staff. We've been working with them, working with Quick Quack to make sure we can do this. I know this is one of the biggest concerns in the conditions, and we're confident we can meet that. It is going to come at great cost to us, but we love this city. We love this area. Our customers here are really excited about a new location, and so we're willing to do that. We're willing to take on those costs to to build a new location here. So we're super excited about it. But yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. And yeah.
Can I ask you, Mayor?
Yes, please go ahead, Councilman.
Oh, I appreciate you being here. So, so I know that in your paperwork, it says that you guys typically do 26 gallons per wash in your normal car washes. Can you just explain to us kind of what the process is to get it down underneath the 20? Like what machinery or equipment that
great
different from your normal car washes that'll
great question. I had those same questions when this came to our attention. So I actually went to the COO at Quick Quack, and we were very direct with him and said, like, if we can't do it, we'll walk, you know. And they went back and they reviewed everything, and what they came back with, and I can even read this notice he sent me. So the fresh water that mixes with our soap and finishing products in the showroom will be reduced to under 7 gallons. We plan to utilize a specific set of soaps, waxes, and finishing applications specific for this wash. They were very clear this is only for this location just because of the expense. So that's half of it. We'll use very specific soaps and waxes, finishes. We'll also have some different equipment that we can have some updated settings that we can apply. Kind of like in the bathroom, you can put in different heads on your, high efficiency heads on your water faucets and things like that. Similar to that, there's some features in the equipment where we can update the settings to be more water efficient. We don't want to sacrifice quality, which is why we are buying these more expensive types of finishes and soaps and equipment. The other item, so that's for the 7 gallons. And then the remaining fresh water, 10 gallons used, will come from our spot-free reverse osmosis water purification rinsing process. This process is influenced by environmental conditions, but in the equipment that will be shipped to this new store, we have measured a consistent 10 gallons of fresh water per car. So we're expecting an average of about 17 gallons. So, and then of course we'll also have what we have in all of our car washes, the underground reclaim system, which is a series of underground tanks where the wastewater will go, and then in the final tank it's pumped back into the car wash to use for some of the pre-wash kind of stuff.
So I appreciated the style that staff helped you with, the colors, and I like this color better than the brighter version. So I appreciate you bringing that forward. I noticed that, and you've talked about this briefly, but I just want to be really clear about it. In the briefing document, it says you'll be about 17 to 20, and in your own paperwork, it says 26 gallons. You've explained a lot of that process. That's from your owner. Do you have any type verification that would come from the manufacturer of those systems that might be available for us to look at?
I don't with me tonight, but we could certainly provide that. I could get that information from Quick Quack.
Because we're under a lot of scrutiny to be very careful with water, and so it's not that I'll speak for myself, that I don't trust you, but where we're going to have other car washes come in, we need to have a standard that we are a level of confidence that the numbers are actually what they're at.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can provide that in our plans. And also the second line in the condition, so the first part is limiting our water use to 20 gallons. The second line in the condition 12 is Washington City shall have the right to review, inspect, and audit on a recurring review cycle. So we're totally open to whatever inspections or reviews that you're doing now to other car washes or anything that you come up with. We're 100% confident that we can do this. So however you would like to inspect or audit our car wash, we're open to that.
I think probably on the front side is what I think we would be interested in. And, we appreciate you being here and wanting to, build in our city. We love that. But this is kind of a unique little circumstance with water. So I hope you don't mind me asking for those as more of a verification.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
On your website, on Quick Quack Car Wash website, it says water conservation. By recycling water, we can use as little as 15 gallons of water per car wash. compared to the 100 gallons that get used when washing a car in the driveway. It seems like it seems like this is something that Quick Quack Car Wash does, is recycle water and, use as little as 15 gallons of water, but you're saying that it's a very, very challenging number to get to. Is this something that they just do at certain sites?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, I mean, so we're in, I don't know how many locations we have in Utah, but we work with dozens and dozens of cities. I think we've built a little over 200 car washes total. And most cities don't have as strict, very few have as restrictive water restrictions as you have here. So we definitely don't do that everywhere just because of the expense, and water isn't as big of a concern. But we're the car wash that has the experience to do that, and we definitely have the ability to do that. So when it is a requirement or a recommendation, we're definitely capable and open to doing that. So it is a lot more expensive, but we love the area and we want to build here. So
I have questions, but I think they're mostly I have one question for you. So our Public Works Department requested the site be flipped. Was that potential thought?
yeah, originally it was when we were discussing traffic concerns with the flow. This is actually a much larger site than our average site, and the concern came around the stacking. This one has 21 stacking stalls available currently with this plan, which is much higher than average. It's much more than we need. Usually on our peak hours, on our peak days, we might need a dozen, maybe a little bit more. So this is definitely much more than we need. There's also the internal driveways right that are on our site and adjacent before it goes to Buena Vista, which adds an additional capacity of, I think it was 14 stalls. I think there was about 31 total. So that's just a lot more than we need. So after we reviewed that, it was determined that this site plan would be acceptable.
From our Public Works Department? It's not what our staff report said, so that's why I'm...
Oh, unless you wanted to add something. Did I miss something? You know, we're definitely flexible and we can move things around if needed.
And you know your business. I just am,
Yeah.
It was a comment they said they were good with it, but they also said, hey, we'd recommend flipping the site so that you had the road to the east be potential stacking on those certain days is all. So that's why I asked the question.
Yeah. In the 200 plus car washes that we have, we just don't see that as a concern at all. But if you want to do it, I don't know if you want to address that or not, or.
Go ahead, John.
Yes, Mayor and Council, in our initial review of this, City Engineer Paul Mogul brought up the deal of possibly flipping the site as him and I discussed stacking of traffic and stuff. Ultimately, we both felt that if there was at least a condition that there's no traffic being stacked back across the access aisles and out onto Buena Vista, we'd be okay with this layout.
And then the follow-up question, because that, as long as you guys are happy, I think it makes sense, is that it shows an access to the west to the adjacent property. Has that combined access easement agreement been obtained for this parcel?
Yeah, it was a part of the, what's the name of the Korea? I can't remember the name of the subdivision. It was a part of
that plat.
Yeah, because Primavera is the road, but the subdivision name, it was under the original.
Baker. There was a cross-access agreement as part of that two-lot subdivision or whatever through here. Okay.
Mark Reminder, thank you.
So part of the parking plan also indicates that, or the layout plan, excuse me, that there would be 21 cars in the queue before they would back up into the roadway. What is the anticipation? It's hard to know how busy it's going to be, but you can kind of rate how fast cars go through and what your anticipated businesses will be,
Yeah, great question. And the 21 cars, if you'll notice, that is stacking. If it backs up beyond 21, which we don't anticipate that at all, it would still be on our site for a few more cars. There's that driveway right there, still within our site, and then there's the other internal driveway to the north there. That's still part of this subdivision, which is a 3-lot subdivision that Evergreen owns. And so we're a tenant here, but it would then back on to that just internal driveway before it would go on to Buena Vista Boulevard. The only time that we would maybe consider a risk of backing up past those 21 stalls at all would maybe be during our opening week, where we offer a week of free car washes. And if that's a concern, we can certainly not provide that.
Is that free advertising right there? I don't know.
Yeah, this is recorded, right?
I may have went twice in the week, the last one.
I think with that, we would just I would look at it as it's a condition that you properly control the traffic during that week. I mean,
Yeah,
I get that's a one-time or couple-time thing, but something that just needs to be addressed.
Yeah, and
during
we
that.
can do that. You'll notice at the beginning of the stacking, there's also those gates there. Beyond the gates, there's a lot more additional room for cars. I imagine we can just open those gates and let cars go through. Cars go through in less than 3 minutes. It's really fast. You can have about 4 cars in the tunnel at a time. So we're also, as one of the conditions in here, we are performing a traffic study. So that will also provide more information there on any conflicts that could come up.
Do you know about how many car washes per day, in a location like this you would be doing? Roughly?
That's a good question. I don't.
The reason I ask is one of the concerns with this little area right here is this is truly one of the busiest intersections in all of our county. And, it's just getting busier and a little more congested. So the reason I ask is, I'm wondering how it would compare traffic-wise to like a, sandwich shop or, something like that, or a,
Yeah, great question. Luckily for our car washes, we're not a destination location. And what I mean by that is people won't go too far out of their way to come to our car wash. We usually take existing traffic off the road and put it right back on. So it usually doesn't add much traffic. But our traffic study, they do have those numbers and they will be incorporating that. So that will be thoroughly reviewed by staff as one of the conditions. I think it's condition 10 or 11, I think 10. So
you're thinking probably most of your traffic will be people that would normally drive that route anyway. And
Yeah,
they just
that's-
come into your car wash and then go
exactly.
go about their day. Okay.
Yeah. I wish we were a destination location. Then we could just build one great big one and be done, but we kind of need to put a few around, so.
Sounds good, thank you.
I have a few more questions, but they're mostly for staff. So,
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Nilsson.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any more questions if you have any.
Sounds good. Eldon, or Public Works?
Probably, or whoever, Manager Red. So we talked about our monitoring the 20 gallons. I mean, how do we physically do that? And my second follow-up question, that's probably for Thad. What if they don't oblige by it? Well, I mean, it's kind of tough to say, hey, you built this business here and you're at 21 gallons. What's the ramifications?
It's tough, but the conditional use permit gives you all the teeth you need. You've seen us bring people in on a revocation of a conditional use permit. So the fact that they know it going in gives them the standard that they need to meet. And I've had this conversation with others, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's very hard to do this. I think you a couple times a year, you show up on day one, you read their meter. They keep account of the number of cars that go through for 2 days. You come back, you read the meter, you divide by the number of cars. It's not a horribly difficult thing to do. It's just something that we need to do a couple of times a year, on a random basis. We could even do it for 3 hours and see.
It's a cost for us though, right?
It is a cost, but that's, we have inspection costs with all kinds of things. So
But
if we have any question,
it would be fully our staff that did that, right? Like we wouldn't say, hey, what was your count? Like I would want it to be independent from the actual car wash.
I don't think, I guess it just depends on if you trust them to give you a number, but I don't think it's that difficult. And I don't think it would take us too much time. And we have seen in the past where, and not this applicant or this company, but they put in a reuse system and then they've removed the reuse system. And so we want to make sure that we verify occasionally that we're still meeting the standard. And we do that in a lot of things. But if there's a question as to whether the standard's being met from your side, then we send them a letter, do a revocation hearing, and you absolutely have the ability to revoke the conditional use permit.
I would just get even a little more specific. We have a condition per ordinance of 20 gallons per wash. And if they fail to comply with that, it's one of the conditions upon approval, one of the ordinance conditions, and we just commence the revocation process. That happens through this body as well.
I appreciate that. And that's maybe why I asked the question I did. Maybe being out in front of this would be helpful. But Mayor, I would really be interested in hearing our economic development director speak to the car wash, and if that'd be okay.
Rusty, yes, absolutely. I actually really enjoy putting Rusty on the spot.
Great.
All kinds of situations.
Perfect. Mayor and Council, did you have any specific questions, Council Member?
Well,
Ivey?
just as an overview of what a car wash brings to the community, what its economic impact is, and just generally what, you know, we're quite the popular city for car washes, and not that I oppose it. I love a clean car as much as anyone.
Sure. Well, from an economic development perspective, we have three main objectives, or our strategy is comprised of three main things. So one is sales tax generation, which that's typically on goods sold, not necessarily services. So which sales tax generation, although there's a sales tax paid, what comes back to the city is different from what's paid to the state. So we roughly get about 1% on goods sold, and that can vary a little bit. And then we have capital investment. So if you're making a larger investment, as far as you know, this is a kind of a tough one, because when the land prices go up, there's not always the capital investment into the structure, but the structure is what's taxed with your property tax, the real property and the equipment inside. And so the city receives a portion of property tax from businesses. They're taxed at 100%, whereas primary residential is taxed differently. So it helps to offset our residents' property taxes when we have 100% paying. Well, we have businesses that pay 100% on their property tax, but the city actually receives a really small portion of that. It's about 12%. Most of that goes to the school district. And then the other thing we look at is jobs. And I would say that probably if I had to assign 10 points to those three things, for the impact to the city, I would assign 8 of those points to sales tax generation. Especially our city, we're about 98% residential. If you take the 2 largest revenue generators for the city that go to our general fund, which is sales tax and property tax, you add them together, 65% of that comes from sales tax. So I share this, the notes that I have on the flow card. I copy those notes. I share them with the applicant as well, so they're well aware of where I stand on this. And I'll just read it. It says, car wash facilities are typically low investment commercial developments, generating only minimal property taxes. Now, this is relative to other types of developments. Do not generate sales tax, use a disproportionate amount of limited water supply than other types of developments, and do not provide high-paying jobs typically. These are typically. However, they are a service that residents appreciate. Car washes also help drive traffic to nearby commercial developments that do generate sales tax. This development will also provide entry-level employment opportunities for Washington City residents. Now, I want to just caveat that with say, I'm talking in general terms with this. So there's probably going to be some high-paid executives or people in charge, you know, that are higher, but on an average, or like we like to say the median, which is the weighted average, generally lower than some of the other ones. So this would not be a project that I would propose an incentive in any way, but it's also not a project that I'm necessarily opposed to. However, I will also say that This is a prime commercial location. It's at one of the busiest intersections in Washington County. And as we have seen our residential outpace our commercial, I would caution our council to really protect the existing or the remaining commercial. And I don't know what kind of things that can, I know that we had this problem with storage sheds, where storage sheds were kind of eating up all of the prime. And I would say that that's, other than the water usage, that's also a low investment. I would have these same comments for storage sheds, but we move those to industrial, and that's maybe a more appropriate place for them. Don't know what can be done with this, but we are seeing a lot of projects come in for car washes. They generally have a lot of cash to buy those properties at high property values. But then once that development is in, that's what you have. Any
Great
questions?
information. Does that help,
Okay.
Councilman?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. Councilman Martinson, you look
Yeah,
ready to say.
Well, I drive this intersection, I don't know, several dozen times a week to get to, I'm not going to say where I go, but it's mostly in and out. And Albertsons to get my fresh fruit so that I can offset the in and out with the fresh fruit. I like Freddy's. That's also down there. But anyways, coming this way, trying to turn left, I see a concern with that traffic on the busy days, because the busy days of that intersection are also the busy days that I see at the competitors' car washes as you drive down past some of the major other car washes in St. George. Those are the busy days. Those are the days we see a lot of traffic. Those are the days that people are out and about. Those are the days that people are using the car washes. Those are the days that I use the car wash. I like a clean car. My biggest concern is that left-hand turn off of Buena Vista onto Green Springs. And then people coming from the other direction trying to turn left into this. That's the same concern I had with the Maverick, turning left onto Primavera, trying to get into Maverick. I'm already seeing on Green Spring Drive as you go north, people coming south trying to turn left into the Maverick, people trying to turn left into Chevron. That's just a major concern for me, because it is going to be a busy intersection. It already is. Busy intersection, traffic is going to be busy on the busy days of the car wash. And so that would be just a point of concern for me on this one.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor, could I ask council a question at this point? Mr. Segmiller, if we were to where this is a conditional use permit and we're considering maybe putting a condition on it, two different scenarios. Would it be better to table and get the information first, or can you condition a conditional use permit pending favorable information that you're requesting?
Are you saying that you don't know what the condition is yet?
Well, what I'm saying is that if the motion was to require or request verification of the water used per wash, what would be the best scenario to bring that back where this is a conditional use?
I think what you could say is just add a condition as part of the motion, that as part of the permitting and final occupancy process from the city, that there be some form of an inspection or review of the water consumption processes that have been installed.
And that would be advisable to have that post-construction rather than prior?
I just don't think we inspect things after they're inspected. And so, yeah, if it's constructed, we would be able to go in there and ask them to demonstrate how it functions and how it accomplishes the requirement.
I think Rusty brings up some really good points. How many car washes do we want in Washington City? Do we need one on every corner? Is that the best for our community here and for our residents? And, she brings up some good points about what how it benefits our community.
So this maybe, not to step on your comment, but maybe the council hasn't.
Maybe don't step on it. Just
no offense, the council hasn't done conditional use permits a lot. It might be wise to have our attorney explain the conditional use permit process is a little different than maybe a PUD or a PCD, where we're determining a yes or no. It's a little bit more, as I understand it, we can add conditions to it, but we can't necessarily say where it's zoned. We're not
It's a
going to allow
permitted-
this. That's a permitted use.
It's a
in the zone.
permitted use right now to have it, and that's how I appreciate you saying that, Manager. As I look at it is maybe it's not best commercial. It's not the worst. It's not like old storage units that everyone's had a problem with, right? So I look at it. This is how I look at it. As I look at it, it's a permitted use. They have rights. They own the land. They can build what they want. They have to meet our code. That's our code. So what conditions are we concerned about? One condition, it looks like they changed the building color to help not be so flamboyant, I'll say.
Can you pull that up, Drew, while the council?
So that would be a condition, is that they hold to the design that they presented to us versus another thing. And so that's how I'm looking at it on a conditional use aspect, is that they're permitted to be there. So I don't think we can stop them, but we can critique their layout and their site and stuff like that is how I'm looking at it.
All right, now go to the other one because
If I-
don't have my sunglasses.
Councilman, I might just, it's really just a question of word choice as written in our ordinance, but our ordinance lists permitted uses and then has a list, and then it lists conditional uses.
Okay.
So this is not under the permitted uses list. It's under the conditional uses list. But by operation of Utah's law, this is a list that may be permitted on conditional satisfaction, right? And so it's on the list of things you can ask for, but your ask comes with the baggage of conditions. Permitted uses, we can't add any baggage to.
Okay, so maybe it's wrong word choice, but my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's an allowed use still.
It's an allowed conditional use.
But that just means you can put conditions on it. It doesn't mean you can't say no, is my understanding. That's how I've worked when I was on planning commission.
So staff can say no, but it's not as broad as general plan or zoning, where you're asking, is this in the health, safety, or welfare of the community? On conditional uses, you're asking, does this comply with city regulation and city code? And if it does, then they've met the conditions that exist, and you say yes.
How do you address concerns that Council Martinson brought up with traffic and not knowing if that would be the right place for this because of the issues that we already have at that intersection?
So in theory, the council's already addressed those by the general plan and zoning. They've designated at that location. A different commercial use that might be in the permitted list will have those same concerns. And so if those exist, we need to go relook at zoning and general planning to see if there's a better solution.
But if we didn't want to have a car wash on every corner, how would you address something like that?
I think that there's ways to address that. Tonight, your code allows it to be brought before you as a conditional use, and so we don't have a code that disallows car washes at this point.
So Mayor, maybe at this point, maybe just to clarify, if I were to make the motion, I would just list a condition that we receive water use verification from the manufacturer of the equipment, and then just understanding there could be some spot checks in the future. That's all I don't not like the project. A car wash is what it is, but I just feel very compelled to our ordinance that we just passed. And now I think with that, we have the responsibility to make sure that it's verifiable. That's where I'm coming from with what I'm saying, and I'm comfortable with just that myself.
Are you ready for a motion or further discussion?
Maybe when they have the free week of car washes, we could have Eldon down there on a chair. He could count cars and.
He's way too expensive for that.
And John.
In like duck suits. Week. Larry, I found your.
Can we digress?
Just kidding.
Are you ready for a motion?
If the council's ready for motion, I don't want to. I know this is a tough. I know we take water serious, but sometimes we've got to lighten the mood. I appreciate the colors. I'm glad that people aren't going to be washing their cars in their driveways as much, that it's a service that, it's necessary. I go through a car wash every few months. Just kidding, Blake. I probably monthly. Yeah, that's why I said Blake, because you've told me that before. You just let the natural car wash.
He hasn't lived here long enough to know that it ends up just being dust all the time.
He's a Cache Valley guy. It's mostly snow up there. Council, are you ready for Councilman Ivy to make a motion? Or you want further discussion?
No, if he's not going to do it, I'm going to do it.
Can I say something?
Hold on a sec. Let's give Councilman Martinson a chance to.
I do like that engineer's comment. I know that they took it out, the reversal of the site. I just don't want this, again, traffic is a major concern on this, not even intersection, just this part of Buena Vista. And I don't want it to turn into a Dutch Bros. If you drive by Dutch Bros on River Road.
Serious.
Or the new one out in Santa Clara, it's backed up onto granted, we're comparing apples to oranges, but when it's busy, when car washes are busy, they're busy. I've driven by the competitors and I've counted 40 or 50 cars on a given Saturday at a competing car wash, 2 competing car washes within 2 miles of this one. And I just don't want it to back up onto Buena Vista. So if there's any way we can relook at that, reversing that site, I would feel a lot more comfortable with that. I still don't like the traffic idea, but.
I really appreciate those comments. In fact, before we have a motion, John, I'm not going to make you put on a duck suit, but I would like you to come up and address the councilman's concerns with ingress, egress, stacking onto Buena Vista Boulevard, and really that Green Spring Buena Vista intersection, because that's something I get asked about. If you can just share some of your wisdom on that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Paul and I were both concerned about stacking of vehicles and stuff. And looking at it, they have the 21 there immediately. They could stack out onto the access aisles. We'd prefer not to, just because you'll have additional businesses and stuff. Concerns about traffic movement out on Buena Vista or on Primavera, whether you flip it or not, those concerns would always be there. It's just simply coming down to the stacking of cars. And even if we flipped it, I would have the condition of not blocking the access drives to the other businesses. So with their 21, no matter which way you flip the building, you would end up with the condition of cars being stacked.
Is that an existing condition, or is that in the list of conditions in staff?
It's in our flow chart.
But it's listed on the conditions for this permit, or would that need to be an additional condition that a councilman might want to add to address Councilman Martinson's concerns?
Yes, it would be one that we would ask.
Can you restate that, what that condition might sound like?
Well, let's see. I have it down there in my comments. A consideration for condition that car stacking cannot impede the access drives of the development.
Car stacking cannot impede the access drives of the development. And that addresses stacking onto Buena Vista.
Yeah, it would. You could even add in Bella Vista or Buena Vista if you wanted to, but it also would deal with the internal drives of the development so that there's no stacking out there.
So who monitors that? So what happens if there is stacking? What happens if I drive by and there's now 60 cars waiting in line? That's an exaggeration, but not, again, on a given Saturday, competing car, I'm just going off of what I've seen. The one-offs, the two-offs.
Our worst offender is probably one who you named earlier, as far as blocking driveways to other businesses.
Yes.
And surprisingly, the shakes are probably better than the burgers, I think.
Correct, but they're in their private parking lot. That's a discussion between businesses. This is public property. These streets are public.
Once you get out onto Buena Vista.
Once you get out onto Buena Vista. So I'm super concerned about that. And I would much rather block if it does happen, since the monitoring isn't really real time, and I would rather block if that's going to happen, Primavera versus Buena Vista.
I would you know, I know Councilman Martinson's on this road all the time, and I am too, because I just live right up there, so this is my neck of the woods, and I would feel much better about it if it was flipped. You know, sure. I think that, you know, your recommendations that it would be flipped, to me, would make me feel a lot better about this, because that way, if there is, you know, some overflow on occasion, it would be not on Buena Vista Boulevard. So,
yeah, it'd be fully contained within their access drives within the development. Yes. This, you would get some stacking, the way it's laid out currently, you would still get some stacking within the access drives of the development before it would get out onto Buena Vista. You'd probably get 21, so you get 1, 2, 3. You'd probably stack another 10 cars prior to stacking out onto Buena Vista.
I mean, I would feel quite good about, you know, approving this with the conditions plus an additional condition that it's flip-flopped.
Russell, would you mind just responding to the council on the flipping of the site plan?
Yeah, I mean, we've built a lot of these and on much smaller sites, and there's a lot of things that we can do. What I would probably recommend, right now we're looking at it and we're making kind of a judgment on our gut feel. I would prefer if we relied on maybe an expert analysis, some kind of traffic study or something like that to help us determine if there's going to be an issue or not, which we are working on. We will provide that. Another comment I do have is, so those internal driveways are all private, and we are leasing this site. So those adjacent lots are part of a development that Evergreen owns. And there is a recorded reciprocal easement agreement already in place that we won't be blocking any of the common drives, which are identified in the exhibits in that. But from, you know, Buena Vista is obviously a city street, and our traffic study should help resolve any concerns with that. So.
And I would say you still have two options. If people are out blocking a city street, we can ticket them, we can have them moved, and then we can go pull the conditional use permit if that's a condition of their use. So I totally understand what you're saying, but those are the recourse. Any business could do that anytime if they had a big event or a sale or something, but I think it's pretty rare that people go out and block the city street. It's more, anyway, we just sent Jason and his friends over there to ticket and move them.
But these cars are going through every 3 minutes. So by the time somebody gets noticed, police officers get there, the stacking may already be gone. And I know it is a temporary, maybe 5 to 10 minute thing, but that road, people are, if the speed limit's 35, people who shall not be named are doing 50 and 55 down that road. It's a tough corner.
Yeah, I agree. They cannot stack. They cannot stack on the street.
I would just feel a lot better if the site were reversed. Personally, that's where I'm at.
I'd like to see a plan reversed so that we could just look at it and just see what the traffic flow is. And I know, you know, our gut feelings come from having driven on this road almost every day for 45 years. Yeah. That's how long I've lived there. So that's where my gut feeling comes from. I know that road very well and how that intersection can stack up. So
yeah. And previously you had an aerial image up. I'm not sure who's controlling that, but it shows the proximity to the intersection. Help us get a better idea. I'm not sure if you could measure that. So you can see the 834 West and that main access. Well, there's a few accesses. There's the Primavera, and then there's also that closest access is, yeah, that one right there, right in between. So we're 900 feet from the intersection. But again, our traffic study would address the traffic coming in and out of the development from our car wash.
Drew, at what point does the traffic study come into the process?
Well, usually John requires that when he looks at their site. They have to turn all their site to detention and all that into Public Works. And that's part of what their application and part of one of those
With
requirements for
construction
them.
drawings
With the
or-
construction drawings, yeah. But it's before it goes to the building department. Public Works and the fire department look at the plans before, and then once they get everything taken care of, then they move it to the building
And this would require a traffic study.
In fact, this should be one of the conditions, I think.
It is.
Usually
It's condition
Yeah.
10.
So I'm just going to say this: the traffic study is going to say it warrants it. It's a big enough road out front. It's going to say it. So you can put a condition on it, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to warrant it, and it's going to make, because the road's big enough out front, and it's only one-sided. The problem we have is not the roadway out front. The problem is the intersection, and that's a problem that I would say, inflicted/inherited over the years. And I look at this development, and I understand what you're saying, Council. I've had these same concerns on other properties, but this has, what was it, 21 stacking, plus it has all the parking for the vacuums and all that. I totally understand what you say. I don't see it as big of a concern as some of the other properties we've looked at. Granted, I don't drive it every day like that. I know you two do, but I used to get off that exit every day for a lot of years. But I'm not as concerned. I was more concerned about the water, and if he can meet the 20, that's the only condition I have, and our staff, and the other condition is that the staff go inspect it periodically. I don't know I would leave that up to Manager Brett, how often he wants to do that, or the Public Works. That's how I'm standing on it.
Would a traffic study help address the layout of this project where we've discussed you'd rather have the traffic and possibly impact Primavera and not Buena Vista? Would a traffic study detail that?
So this is how I look at it, is that I think, yes, it could potentially do that, but what's the other option? Drew, can you pull up the other exhibit? I see that if people see it's backing up in the road, they're just going to go down the street and flip a U-turn and get in line in the private road. That's why I agree with you. It might look at it, but they're going to come down, flip around, and get back in line. No one wants to be stuck in that.
So, Council Martin, were you thinking of that as like a safety concern?
Safety
Because
concern,
Primavera is that's a side street where Buena Vista is a major collector.
This is a major collector. The other one's a side street, more of a safety concern. If you've driven that specific part, I understand that it's far enough away from the intersection. It's coming the other way. That's a concern as well. Because you've got townhomes that are right there. It's a speed limit of 35. I will guarantee very few people do 35. Very few people do less than 50 on that road. They're going to come up on this. If people are stacked, they're going to come up on this. They're going to see that stacked car. They're going to try to make a lane change. I would rather get ahead of it and personally see the site flipped so that they are stacking when that stacking does occur. Because again, that gut feeling is having driven this road, having driven past competing car washes, seeing that there is on a busy Saturday, again, it's not for very long, but busy Saturdays, there are way more than 21 cars. There's way more than 31 cars at those competing car washes.
It just seems to me like where you have two choices. You can either possibly impact Buena Vista or possibly impact Primavera. I don't think it takes a traffic study to really explain that. And this is a council, if we're saying we'd rather have the impact be to a side street, if there were one, it may be advantageous to consider that. But you have to have a traffic study anyway. So
I'm going to say this to move things forward. I'm going to ask the applicant, do you want the site flipped or no?
We would prefer to have it how it is now.
But are you open to flipping it? Because I think you're hearing that some of the council members want it flipped. So I'm asking to move this forward. Is this something that you can say definitively tonight, yes, we can make that work, or no, you need more time? Because I look at it, we have three options. One, we can table it to give you time to figure that out. Two, we can approve it as is and the council can be okay with it. Or three, they can deny it based on the fact that you didn't meet the conditional use that they requested. So I'm trying to help move this along.
That's my effort to try to move it along for you.
And so we were asking you as the applicant, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a great question. Wish my engineer was here with me, but he could look at that. And I think originally when the comment was brought up, I want to say they looked at it and said, yeah, that could be an option. We usually like to point the exit of the tunnel towards a big street, I-15, Buena Vista. But I think we probably could make it work. It wouldn't be, I mean, we get pretty creative on our sites. We've been able to work out a lot, and this is a above average site. There is that big drainage pond in the front, but I think we could probably make something work. It may not flow as well internally with the driveways, but if it helps address your concern, we could look at that and see if that's an option.
Now the tunnel, if I don't mind, the tunnel you're talking about is coming out of the car wash itself.
Yeah.
Well, if you flip it, it looks like it's right in the middle anyway, so that shouldn't affect you coming. If people don't go to the vacuum, they're going to come out. If I flip this thing, if my technology in my head of many years in the business, it's pretty much right in the middle. So if that's your issue, that shouldn't be too much of a problem.
My
if that's
understanding,
it.
flipping it laterally or horizontally?
No, we're going to take the vacuums and put them over here where the stacking is right now, and the stacking's going to come over.
Face the same direction if you just swap the.
I think you do a 180 flip on the plan.
And I think his concern is the noise from the tunnel, because that's where the air is blowing.
The noise goes out towards the street, towards I-15.
Towards I-15, it's going to go towards the in.
You guys, if you want to flip it that way, north-south, I was flipping it east-west.
So was I.
Well, it does that. I wouldn't. No, you flip it north-south. So I'm going to come up here and point my thoughts.
We would have to keep the orientation of the building the same.
So my thought is you just flip it like this.
Yeah.
Drive in. These are here, and then you drive out, and then you got your car vacuums and out.
Yeah, there's a little more to it than just that. For safety reasons, we only do left turns into the tunnel instead of right turns, and so there's a few things that can add some complexity to it. But our engineers are really good, so they could, maybe they could come up with something. This is definitely after reviewing several iterations and tweaking things and reviewing things with Evergreen. This was by far the preferred option for flow and safety internally, but
I didn't even think about that, the left turn with the flip. So I don't know.
It would probably move the vacuums. It would, we would do some.
You don't want exiting vehicles driving through the vacuums in any case.
I just think we might be causing a bigger issue than we think for the site, not the road. And so I'm understanding what he's saying now on the site, how they flow, make their site flow. So
some things we see in other cities, they'll request a specific queuing analysis done as well. We've done that before, where it looks more, the traffic study addresses this, but mostly focuses on the conflicts onto the city streets at those accesses, where a queuing analysis would be more specific to the actual flow of the site, and any backing up issues. It looks at timing of the conveyance through the car wash and all that kind of, those details.
So Mayor, to move this on, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve conditional.
Sorry, before you do that, I just want to have one more clarification, because I've had numerous of residents who have been having concerns about all the car washes in Washington City. So can you just explain one more time about conditional use and how that works, and why we do have, these car washes? And because those are where my comments have come from, is all the concerned residents who have reached out to me about asking about car washes here.
Okay, I'll start you at the beginning with state law. So the Washington City is considered a political subdivision of the state of Utah. The state of Utah and its legislature have granted the cities the right to make zoning decisions and designations, which includes defining areas under certain zones and influencing property use based on those decisions. For it to be legitimate, we have to hold public hearings. We have to have our elected bodies take actions that adopt those things in the public after proper notice and public hearings. In Washington City, because we wanted to be able to adopt zoning, we complied with the legislature's mandate and we held those hearings. We adopted zoning code. As the code is written today, car washes are listed as a conditional use in a commercial zone. If you are concerned about how many car washes you have in the city, you can change your ordinance. And there's various findings or bases upon which you could do that. As of tonight, as of when this application was received, we're applying the law that was in effect at the time of application, but it's coincidentally the same as is in effect right now as well. And so as of today, as of their application date, a car wash was a use listed under the conditional uses in the commercial zone. And so when staff reviews these things for technical compliance, we ask, does a car wash fit within the general plan of this area? Does it fit within the zoning designation? If it's a conditional use within the zoning designation, what conditions do staff notice that they will need to comply with for our recommendation of approval? And so that's why we're here tonight.
Are you good, Kimberly? Okay. I'd like to continue.
Sounds like there might be a lot of demand too, with a lot of stacking, so this will help alleviate that.
Go ahead, Councilman.
No, I said I defer to your, go ahead.
Go ahead, Councilman. I'm just giving a shot, so if you guys are just trying to help move this along, I'll make a motion that we approve conditional use permit C-23-01 for the proposed car wash located at 834 West Buena Vista Boulevard. With the findings and conditions provided by staff, I do feel like condition 12 covers everything we need because it says it needs to meet the 20 gallons per vehicle wash, and city will have the right to review, inspect, and audit. I personally don't think it matters what equipment as long as they can meet that regulation. I don't know how I think staff can handle that. So I think condition 12 covers the things you were concerned about, Councilman Ivey. So that's my motion.
We have a motion on the table. You read that condition again, Councilman.
Yeah, condition 12 is the car wash water.
Slow it down because I'm trying to interpret that as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I read fast. Sorry when I'm making. The car wash water system shall be built and operated to limit the maximum amount of new consumed water from the utility for car washes to 20 gallons per vehicle washed. Washington City shall have the right to review, inspect, and audit on reoccurring review cycle car wash project compliance with quality maximums per vehicle washed.
And I don't think we have a problem asking them to provide that from the manufacturer and then also checking when it's built. So we make sure it in theory it will comply, and then it does comply after it's
then I'd amend my motion to have the equipment reviewed by staff from the manufacturer prior to construction approval documents.
Council, I'll just read your city code that was recently adopted last year, just so you hear it from the code book as well. Quote, all commercial car wash projects shall be built and operated to limit the maximum amount of new consumed water from the utility for car washes to 20 gallons per vehicle washed. Washington City shall have the right to review, inspect, and audit on recurring review cycles car wash project compliance with quantity maximums per vehicle washed, end quote. So almost identical to the condition.
So does that recurring, for clarification, does that recurring mean that it's going to be scheduled, or is it going to be unscheduled? Because recurring to me means it's on a regular recurring kind of scheduled basis.
Yeah, I think the way staff has administered it so far is that it's at staff's discretion. If you want to make some recurrence or some definition to it, I think that might help as well.
I interpret it like Council Sigmiller. So I would hope that it would be not scheduled and it just be, hey, by the way, we're doing our inspection today.
That's what they're kind of sporadic, and how many times a year?
Mayor, can I read this from the
Please.
engineer?
Go ahead.
So it says from the engineer from Public Works, he said, traffic would be my concern. I have worries that traffic would back up onto Buena Vista if the line gets too long. There are 3 lines for cars to enter, but if for whatever reason there are a lot of cars, they will back onto Buena Vista and clog the entrance to the other businesses. I would like to see the plan flipped. The car wash entrance on the north side and the exit on the south side. That way there isn't the potential for cars to back up onto one of our main roads. So what I'd like to see before I'm a approval vote on this is I'd like to see an alternate plan of it flip-flopped. So, and something that I can look at, and if it's something better than this, then we can approve it on the condition that you flip it. But I mean, I'm just going with what the engineer says, and I'm also going with my experience on that road, especially now that Maverick has opened up. It just barely fully opened up on Tuesday, and I already can see a big impact on the traffic in an intersection that's already one of the worst in the county. So for me, in order for me to feel good about this moving forward, I'd need to at least take a look at an alternate.
One thing to add to that too, when he sent us that comment, his specific example, and is to add to that concern, he said that concern rooted from our week of free car washes. And so when we explained that we could have staff out there directing traffic or even just shut down the free car washes, that's when he became okay with it, just during that event. And in fact, on our site plan, we have the 21 stacking, and then we even added an event stacking, which we don't have many events, just that free week, which
Let me read this.
Condition if you'd like to.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry, go ahead.
Read this comment from Public Works as well. Consideration, a condition that car stacking cannot impede access drives. That's on the Public Works as well. So it's not just mentioned by one, but two. So
I'm going to jump in, Councilman. I think the motion on the table dies for lack of a second. Good continued discussion. This is a council that just really cares. And I'm happy to let continued discussion occur, given all of the input from each council member here.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment by the engineer, and I think he did to kind of continue that conversation. But if for whatever reason there are a lot of cars, then he put in parentheses, for example, free car washes on opening day. I'm interpreting that as the engineer sees that as one of the major concerns. But I don't think the engineer would have put that based on 1 week of concerns, personally, because it would have been in there and he would have just said, hey, I do have a concern, but enough to really flip the site for over a week of free car washes. I think there's a reason that it's in there for more than just that week. That's how I'm interpreting it. Maybe it's a confirmation bias, and I tend to have that on occasion, but
This is a great discussion, Councilman, and your concerns are valid. I mean, this is exactly what a council ought to be doing. It's my thought that it might be best for you to accept a table and huddle with your engineer and bring back a site plan with the flipped layout. And at that meeting, what I can commit to is having our city engineer here as well. Now, it would delay your process, but it's either going to give you an approval or denial. But for one thing, it's going to resolve the concerns one way or another. I think everybody would feel better if we at least saw that to address that concern from the engineer. Would you be open for a table until the May 10th meeting, bringing back a site plan that showed that flipped based on the engineer's comments?
Yeah, I think we could.
I mean, we can
do that.
I can push the council for a vote. I don't know how it will turn out, but I think the concern is that they don't want to run the risk of the stacking. I think you've addressed the concerns with the water, with the colors, with the other things, but this is a council that doesn't move forward typically without everyone being heard, even when we're on different levels. So I think in order for the council to feel like they have adequate information, it would be good to table it until the 10th with a review of a reverse flipped site plan and our city engineer here.
Okay.
If you could just come back with an alternate plan and, show it to us, give us your reasoning why or why not it will work for you on the interior. You know, just come up with your best flipped alternate plan. And that way I can feel like I have the information I need to make a decision. I'm not opposed to the car wash. It's just the traffic right there that's the issue for me. So if you can come back with, you know, an alternate plan that gets the traffic off of Buena Vista Boulevard that we can look at and digest a little bit, then but I want you to go away knowing that I'm not opposed to the car wash. Okay, and I think you've done your work with the 20 gallons and stuff like that. My issue is the traffic right there. So.
And for me, my concern to have verification was really, honestly, to protect you, because we don't want to run our reports afterwards and find out that it's not in compliance. And so I'm not going to hold that as a motion, as part of the motion whenever it's made, because honestly, I was just looking out for you, saying that if it does really work within our code, then great. But if it doesn't, I'd rather find out on the front side than the back to benefit you. So anyway, I hope I explained that well enough for you to understand. But we appreciate you being here, and your decorum has been wonderful. We know this is difficult. You know, this is what you do, and it's hard, but you'll find that this council and mayor, we do love this community, and we just feel very responsible that we're considering all of our citizens on these decisions. So I appreciate your patience.
Okay, thank you. I hope you have Lays next time too.
We probably won't. This is the first in any of our experience, but we appreciate you. And I'd call for a motion from the council for the May 10th meeting. That's our next meeting, if that works for your timetable.
Yeah,
Mayor,
we should be able to provide it.
Mayor, I could make that motion to.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I make that motion to table to May 10th. I don't need to identify further than that. It's pretty clear.
I think, yeah.
Okay, to May 10th.
Have a motion?
Second that, Mayor.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivy, second by Councilman Henderson. Let's go roll call. Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy. Casperson. It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
See you. Council, is it okay if we just take a quick 5-minute break? Pick it back up, but Okay. Let's continue on. We're going to move on to item 8B. And if it lasts more than a few minutes, I'm taking away your ice cream.
Ready to move forward with the motion?
All right, item 8B, consideration to approve conditional use permit C-23-04 for a proposed funeral service facility with a crematorium located at 504 West Buena Vista Boulevard, number 2. The applicant is Rulon Olson. City planner Eldon Gibb will give the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to operate a funeral and crematorium business located at approximately 504 West Buena Vista Boulevard, unit number 2. This location is Zone C3, which requires funeral and crematorium businesses to obtain conditional use permit approval. The surrounding zoning to the north, east, south, and west are also designated as C3. Crematorium equipment installed at this business will be required to be 5 years or newer, dated from the approval of this application, and proof of such equipment shall be provided to the Community Development Department. The applicant has identified the equipment he will be installing will be purchased brand new from Matthews Environmental Solutions, which is the largest manufacturer of cremation equipment. The cremation equipment will operate without smoke or odor, and the emission levels are substantially lower than the allowable standards to ensure environmental quality. The building located on this site houses 3 businesses. The applicant will occupy the middle unit. The floor space for each business is 2,880 square feet for a combined square footage of 8,640. There are currently 32 parking spaces on site, which includes 8 additional stalls recently added to the rear of the building, and there is room there to add additional parking if needed. Parking is sufficient for these buildings. The applicant has noted the majority of their higher traffic volume is after 5 p.m. and on Saturdays, which would not conflict with the neighboring units as they are typically Monday through Friday daytime hours. If parking does become problematic, the applicant will need to add additional parking to relieve the problem. And condition number 5 has been added addressing this concern. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on April 19th, 2023, and unanimously recommended approval of C-23-04, allowing for a funeral service facility with a crematorium to be located at 504 West Buena Vista Boulevard, number 2. And that was on to the City Council based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Eldon. Council, you're familiar with the crematorium. They've been before you. You've been to or watched the Planning Commission. Do you have additional questions for staff this evening?
Just note that the project flow card from staff noted no concerns at all.
So all green. We ready for a motion?
Mayor,
I'll make it. Oh, go ahead.
You go.
Councilwoman Casperson.
I'll make a motion to approve the conditional use permit C-23-4 for proposed funeral services facility with a crematorium located at 504 West Buena Vista Boulevard, number 2.
The motion by Councilwoman Casperson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. Let's go roll call. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates. Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Item 8B is approved unanimously. Item 9 is an ordinance. The public hearing for this item occurred at the Planning Commission level. As it is an ordinance, we'll do a roll call vote. 9A is consideration to approve an ordinance for General Plan Amendment G-23-02 to change from industrial, business, regional commercial, and community commercial to PUDC. The applicant is Bush and Gudgel. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman will provide the staff report to you.
Sorry, Mayor. I've never had this happen to me before in all my years eating an ice cream, and it's time to read a report.
You've soldiered right through that,
For
too.
everything.
I should have let you finish.
You're
Yeah,
fine, Mayor.
One
I'm
bite
good.
left.
Got a story to tell, Mayor.
All right, let's get serious now. This is
The applicants are
project.
seeking to amend the general plan land use map. The requested area covers 276.68 acres. That's not a typo, just so you know. The current land use designations are industrial, business, regional commercial, and community commercial. The applicants are seeking for approval to have the land use designation changed to the single PUD general plan land use designation. Surrounding general land use designations are industrial and regional commercial to the north, industrial and community commercial to the west, and St. George City designations, which are either industrial or manufacturing. It's one or the other, and that would be to the south and west. Staff has reviewed the requested change and is comfortable with the proposal, finding it to be in harmony with the surrounding uses and the general plan designations. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their April 19th, 2023 meeting, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of G-23-02 to amend the general plan land use map from the current industrial, business, regional, and community commercial designations to the proposed plan unit development designation. And that was on to you, the City Council. I'll answer any questions that you might have. Again, this is the area of the big project that the mayor got to announce several weeks ago that's coming to our area. And this is all those properties either owned by either the railroad investment firm or Freeport West. So
Thank you, Drew. Excellent report. Council, you've all been very involved in this up to this point. Staff is here. Applicants, Representative Bob Hermanson is here. Do you have any questions for staff or comments to make, or are we ready to move forward with the motion? Councilman Martinson.
I've got two, just looking at the project flow card. Parks and Trails, master plan trail running through it. Plan to have connectivity to this master plan trail, and then Economic Development Director put approved with conditions. Development agreement template has been sent to the developer. City will need a working draft before staff will approve anticipated zone change. Just want to make sure those are good.
Drew, do you want to address those? Or I see Rusty and Barry or Paul.
yeah, right now it's a general plan. I mean, I don't mind them coming and making comments, but again, this is the general plan level. We don't, I mean, it's good to put them on notice, and I'm sure that Bob's writing that down in his Rolodex, if anybody knows what that is.
He probably already had it written down.
But yeah, so it's just a general plan. So I'm glad you brought that up. It's been noted to them that way and in this meeting to address those as they bring that PUD forward. So appreciate that.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion if you're ready.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Make a motion, we approve ordinance for general plan amendment G-23-02 to change from industrial, business, regional commercial, and community commercial to PUDC.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. Roll call. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson. It's approved unanimously. And Bob, I hope you at least got some ice cream. If you didn't, thanks for bearing with us tonight. Item 10. We started this conversation during our work session. We spent about 45 minutes on the budget. I'd like us to pick back up where we stopped. And then item 10A is consideration to approve a resolution doing two things. One, accepting the 2023-2024 tentative, not the final, the tentative budget for Washington City. And two, setting the public hearing date, which I'm hopeful that council, you'll do that for May 10th, which would allow it to move forward on the schedule that we mentioned earlier. Brian Brown, Finance Director, if you'll continue on, let's go to that slide with the general plan, unless anyone wants to back up to the discussion items on leisure services or other projects.
I think we can probably move forward unless you want to. We have plenty of time.
Do you have the magic clicker?
So think about concerns you want to have or things you want to bring up in the meantime, but unless you have questions, I think we can probably move to the next slide.
I'm not trying to press you on the budget or rush you on the budget at all. That's kind of where we left off. So I'm happy to back up if you want or continue on with general fund, whatever you're most comfortable
Ready
with.
to move on, Mayor.
I'm still eating my ice cream, so I want Brian to talk for a little while.
All right, so we'll move on. Now we'll get into some more detail about the general fund. So here you can see the major revenues for the general fund that we budgeted, and then the major expenses. As you look through here, license and permits, it's down 22%. That's due to the decrease in building permits. The 44, the internal government revenue, that's down due to the ARPA funds. So last year we budgeted for ARPA funds. This year we did not receive any of those, so that's down. And then, so the revenues we've increased except for those few items. As we move on to expenses, you can see the general government, that would be the city manager, finance, HR, basically everything in this building, community development, that's up 21%.
How come that's up so high? Do we add more enough
We are increasing 2 positions. Oh, that's in parks. So I'd have to double check that. I'd have to double check that. I drilled into these, but I didn't write that one down.
That's twice tonight, so.
2 on your sticky note, Brian.
I know.
You're good, though. I know. I've seen how many hours you put on this, so you're good. Keep going.
Just remember, I'll get to him next week. I'll be gone the rest of the week. My daughter's graduating, so I'll get from college, so I'll get them to you next week. Public safety, we are increasing some positions there, so that's up. Parks is up slightly, and then the transfer and uses, that's down 86%. Last year we did $1 million transfer to the general capital projects general, and so we're not doing that transfer this year, and so that's why that one's down so much. So that's kind of a summary of where the general fund revenue expenses sit.
Brian, do you mind if I just make a point?
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing to me is looking at that top line and the bottom line. I look that the efforts that we put forward to increase our tax base, it looks like that's close to $3 million increase, or about 18%. And if you add and subtract all of those line items, the total expense down there is pretty consistent with that. So that tells me our general fund is just growing proportionately with our city.
Correct. And that's the taxes are the highest revenue, and then charges for services, which include mainly what makes up that is the community center and golf course. But you brought up the next slide talks about taxes. So we'll drill into that a little more so you can see what generates revenue. So in this year, we're projecting property taxes to be 4.4 million. Last year, we collected 3.9. So in this current fiscal year, we collected 3.9. So we jumped those up a little because we feel like they'll be there. And then also sales tax is the other major category in this one. And this year we're estimating in the current year to be about $9 million. And then sales tax, it continues to grow, trend up. So we bumped that up to $10 million. And as more businesses come on, it'll continue to increase. So that's just a basic summary of where the revenue comes for the general fund. And those are all trending up still. Now we'll move into the enterprise funds. These function a little different. So you can see the total revenue and expenses there. When I was reviewing this, water and sewers expenses are pretty much trending like last year. Powers, and when I looked at last year's, it was 21 million. The main increase is the operating expense was 14 million last year. And I asked Rick right before this, it's the increase in power costs.
Wholesale.
So that's the main increase for this one. And then the storm drain, I looked at last year, it was 12 million. And the reason why it's decreasing this year is we had budgeted $9 million for capital projects last year. So that's why it went down this year, where this year we're only budgeting 6 million. So that's a quick overview of where the enterprise funds will sit and then where their budgets are at. And then now we'll move on to what we've talked about. This is a pay matrix that we've used for several years now. And so what we're recommending is that we, the base multiplier, we set at 2%. So you can see how the performance score, what the performance scores would affect, how that would affect the performance scores on the rating when we do our annual reviews. And then the next category we've talked about in the past always is health insurance premiums.
Oh, Brian, sorry. I'm gonna ask Jeremy a question on is there ever a time that we see that we can't do these?
Oh, absolutely. I think there's been many times in the past that we haven't done anything as far as.
Sorry, what was the question, Councilman?
The question has to come for just the base performance. Like, I mean, we're guaranteeing a 2% to everybody, essentially. And I know we did a pretty significant jump last year, and we've always done a jump every year, and I want our employees to get everything they can. I just am wondering, like, I would rather cut other things than this. I'm just asking, I don't even know what that number is per year. I mean, do we have a rate of how much that's increasing every year?
It's pretty conservative this year. Ruth works on it pretty hard to come up with a number that is competitive for inflation. But again, this takes place in January, and so it gives us half of a budget year to really see where everything shakes out. And absolutely, we could be coming back and asking for adjustments to lots of different things, and this could be one of them if our budget assumptions don't come out where we expect them to be.
All right,
and there've been quite a few years when we haven't done anything.
Thank you, Jeremy.
So this increases even for, the younger employees that we have that are 15.
This is for all full-time.
It's all full-time
Full-time
employees,
only.
and then part-time employees are handled case by case.
So the health insurance premiums, this is the first time since I've been here I've ever seen no increase in health insurance.
That's incredible.
So
I just can't hesitate to say, good job, Ruth. Well, it's good to see you, and good job with the pay adjustment work and the health insurance. I mean, a 0% increase is really good. It's not even an increase. Essentially, yes. Way to stay on top of it. Thank you.
And we want to give Ruth all the credit in the world. We don't want to give her all the blame if it goes up, but
exactly. Dude.
But I
This is the
think,
manager. Yes.
I think you give a lot of credit to your employees too. The employees do a good job managing their healthcare needs and keeping those in line. And that's what helps us with this. The last few years have been really, really good, but this is exceptional to have really, in essence, Brian's going to point it out, but a 1.3% overall net decrease because we get a rebate from PHP for how we manage our health insurance products. So I think it's kudos to all the employees and being healthy. We live in a healthy area. People are generally trying to maintain that healthy lifestyle, and it's showing in our numbers right now.
As Councilman Coates finishes off his ice cream sandwich.
Making me feel guilty.
like Jeremy said, we received a $55,000 rebate from PHP this year. So if you add that in, it actually is a 1.3 decrease. And when you look at PHP as a whole this year, Ruth told me, and this is wrong, this is a wrong slide. The average increase for the PHP members, it was 4.3%. So not 1%, don't look at that. But it was 4.3 on average. And the other item we looked at is additional positions. So when we met with all the departments, they bring their requests to us. And so the requests that were brought and approved were a custodial attendant, a maintenance, 3 firefighters, police officer, and detective. And there's the employee costs. That includes the wage and benefits. So, and with the top two, the custodial attendant and maintenance, we went and looked at national averages and compared our FTEs, our full-time equivalents, and found that adding one would bring us up to the national average. So we felt comfortable with adding those. All right, as the mayor's talked about, the next steps are to approve the tentative budget and then to set the public hearing, like you said, if you agree on the 10th, and then to adopt the budget on the May 24th. If you have any questions or want to review the budget, on here it says you can contact Jeremy.
Yeah, Brian and I are always happy to spend any time necessary. I think this is a pretty seasoned council. Most of you have been through this quite a few times, but if you have any questions, we're happy to handle any questions offline, by email, text. Let's feel really comfortable with what you're going to approve here for years out.
And those items that have been brought up, I'll make sure and get those to you. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah. I'm looking on the last page of the presentation that the budget that has it all broken down into one-time expenses, 2023, 2024. Looking at the ERP, it's only 150K. I just want to make sure we've budgeted enough for that ERP software implementation. What software is that? What's the purpose of it? And did we get a consultant to help with the implementation? Because we are going through an implementation right now at work of a Microsoft Dynamics product. Our software licenses exceed that. We've got almost 1,000 employees, and not every one of them needs access. But we made the mistake of not getting consultants right from the beginning, so it's causing a lot of issues. So I just want to make sure we're good on that.
So with the ERPs, it's really an accounting system. So it's going to handle your accounts payable, your accounts receivable, your payroll, your basic GL. Some have budgeting functions.
So you should be good with that 150.
So we've looked at several different ones just in the past, and we continue to look at them to see what's available. Because our current software is, we're probably on 13 years now. And at some point they're going to make us upgrade. So we'd rather move to different software that meets our needs. And we want to provide more information on a timely basis, and something that's going to give us the information we need to move forward and help the city grow and make smarter decisions. So when we've looked at them with implementation and all that, it's right around there. The biggest problem is transferring all your data. That's where most of the cost comes from. So, and I can't remember the breakdown of what the software is here, but that includes the software plus moving all your data and setting it up and moving over to the new platform.
And all the training. There are only a limited number that do government accounting, which is kind of nice because at least we're limited. We're down to, I think, 2 remaining that we're looking at. We've been, ever since I came here, we've spent time looking at this. So it's been in kind of every budget as we go along, but we really, really hope to implement it starting in July. But Brian's spent a lot of time. We've had an entire group of people looking at it. We haven't hired a consultant, but we feel like we're comfortable with what we have to do. It's a fairly small in scope.
In my prior life, I've been through 2 implementations, a major overhaul of medical systems. And your main thing is with it is they'll give you an agreement, and that's where, so we actually ended up hiring a software attorney, and that's where we saved a bunch of money, because you have to build it with that interfaces, and they were $10,000 each. So really looking at the contract, making sure that we're getting everything you need is critical to move into the new software.
Thank you.
I was just wondering about the marketing costs for the community center. Do you feel like the marketing costs help that percentage? It's at 73%, or do you feel like that is needed still to keep that number high, or could we do without it and trim up that cost?
I am not a marketing specialist.
Barry was starting to get up. Do you want to talk a little bit about marketing for the community center? And
I'm not a marketing specialist either, but we do have good marketers that do that. I don't know the answer to that really. I know that we used to market a lot more in the past than we do now. We've cut back a lot on that because the community center is so popular, and word of mouth is the best marketer. But I can find that out exactly why. I'm not sure exactly what reasons, but
we still do some work with Dixie Direct and Starving Students and some of
there's
the other.
There's things that we do to get the word out, the regular stuff. But we have backed off that a lot over the years because we're more seasoned there, and people know us.
Yeah, the word is out.
Yeah.
And I like to go there for cardio, and I was thinking after January, February, it'd maybe slow down after people's resolutions, but they've continued strong. So
we used to have times a year that were slower, that were more, and not anymore. We are busy there every day, 6 days a week. It's doing well. Community center does doing well.
do you think that's something that we could cut from the budget, is the marketing expense?
I don't think we can cut all of it. I think there's some certain things in there that maybe we might be obligated to. We might have some contracts out there already, but that's something I'll look at.
How much was that? I missed that dollar amount.
I'd have to find that in the 33 pages.
That's okay.
Take me a minute.
I just was curious because I don't know, but
I'm in the 30,000 range, if I remember.
I'll have them look at that and have them give you an email on exactly what it is and what the needs are.
I think that's a great thing to look at.
Yeah.
I hope the staff looks at where we see this massive budget and we're like, hey, I think we need to trim some stuff up. That's how I'm feeling, is that it might be a little thing here and there, but I think overall it'll help the overall budget, is how I'm looking at it. And I think I've heard that from the other council members as well through the discussion. But one thing that it's funny about the advertisement is that's what reminds me to go sign my kids up for their sports. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to do that, right? So like, it's also a reminder, not just also trying to drum new business, but I love the fact that we should be looking at I just feel like something's coming in the market and we need to be tightening up our budget as much as we can. I know we have the funds to deal with it, but I also don't want to not have money in the next couple of years.
Councilwoman Casperson, I'll have them put that together and show you what it is, and then we can also do a report of what it was in past years to show you that we have trimmed that down quite a bit. But we'll give you a report of that, and if you have any questions, we'll answer
Thank you.
them.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I agree with what you're saying. I know it may be being particular, but I just feel like it's good to try to look at everything and try to trim down the cost as much as we can.
Well, and that brings me to kind of the vehicles stuff. I would love some explanation on some of these big purchase ones. I know Manager Red and I talked about the fire truck. I'd like you to talk a little bit more about that. Is it a need for this year, or is that something we can push off? Some of the other big ticket items, that we have a sweeper that's $350,000. We have I don't really understand this, where it says last year truck shortfall for $40,000. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's bringing stuff forward from last year where we weren't able to purchase vehicles that we needed. The mayor can kind of attest, the street sweeper, we're keeping it going on its last leg. It's another one though that we moved from last year. It was budgeted last year and we moved it ahead. We're having a hard time getting a new street sweeper, but we get a lot of calls from residents to, they expect a pretty high quality in those streets. Yeah. And then the fire truck, we don't need one right now, but the lead time is 3 years. So we'd like to order that now and get it in the pipeline so that we're able to have it when we need it. So there's one more that needs to be replaced in the next 3 years.
Is the $750,000, is that the total cost for the fire truck, or is that just a deposit, or how does that work?
No, that's the total cost.
Do they require the total cost to be paid up front?
They don't, but if we pay it up front, then we get today's cost instead of
perfect
whatever it's going to be in 3 years. And so they can guarantee us the pricing.
That makes sense.
But like if we have it, it's a good way to go about it. make sure that we get in line and we get the truck that we want for today's pricing.
I think it's a good idea on these big ticket items just to talk about them just a little bit, like Councilman Coates was saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of these items here that I'm not sure what they are, and probably bring these questions forward. We got a Ford Maverick for 23,000 and one for 50, just kind of understanding what the difference is and things like that. But I would agree. There's a lot of these things I don't even know what they are.
The other big ticket item was the jet trucks. There's two of them, and one, I mean, they're over $1 million for the two. I mean, I know those are expensive equipment, but do we need two? Like that's the question I have, where I know one's for sewer and one's for storm, but can we not like utilize the crews to do one or another? I don't know. So that's why maybe Blake can help explain that. They might be different jet trucks. I just don't know. I mean, that's $1 million right there in two trucks.
So as I understand it, the jet trucks, if you're using one for sewer, you cannot use it with storm drain unless you go and completely disinfect it. I mean, for sewer, then you can't use it on storm drain, because then you could be cross-contaminating the storm drain system with the sewer system. And so that's one of the rules with that. Okay. We do have the one truck that we're replacing was a natural gas one that was supposed to be great and wondrous and awesome, and it's not working.
When did we buy that one?
I think they said it's about 10 years old.
I swear we just bought one.
We bought one we have one for sewer, and I don't know how old that one is, but that was, I do know that we can't cross-contaminate.
Okay. And that makes a good point. I didn't think about that.
The sweeper was actually the bid. We accepted the bid last, I think it was around January, and it came in front of the council and it was approved. We've signed the purchase agreement. It just takes a year to get. And then two of those, the vehicles were the same way. Ford was not, and other vehicles that weren't available. We had put in for 2022s, and they just didn't let us even order them. And so we've had to order them later, and those prices increased because of that. So that's kind of what's happened with that. They're mostly carryovers and things like that. So
one thing I would mention that Brian didn't mention, it was in the slides and we took it out, but in other years we've looked at an inflation adjuster in all of the departments as well. So maybe we've gone in and we've just added 3% or 4% to every line item, every department item as we go along. And we didn't do that this year. We looked at each individual item, and when Brian and I met with the department heads in February, they came in and answered those questions. And I'm happy to have them answer them again, because I know it's a lot of money, but I'm just helping you recognize they don't just make their request and it gets rubber stamped. There's a lot of justification that goes into what they do.
I definitely don't think that happens, and I know you do a good job, Jeremy. I'm just looking at, is there something that makes sense that may be a want, but maybe not a need for this year? That's what I'm looking at. Like, maybe it makes sense for next year is all.
So to help me do that, would it be possible to get the budget in Excel? And then I can sort that, the proposed budget by, largest to smallest.
You'll promise to do a pivot table, then Brian will
I don't do pivot tables.
Oh, well, then we can't do it.
Okay, well, I'll just hack on Brian's computer and get it.
We can send it to you in any format you'd like it in.
Thank you.
You have that list? Do you have that on your list?
Yeah, I have it in Excel, and I can send that to you. That's already done. Just to answer a few questions, because the Ford Mavericks, they're about $23,000. So that one that said 54 that's probably two trucks, maybe with a utility rack or something else in there. And then in answer to Council Member Casperson, the budget for the community center was $31,000. So marketing, it was $31,000. And then on that list, when you're also anything that says rollover, that's an item that was budgeted last year, but we had to roll it over either because the supply chain. It's more than likely probably due to supply chain on that list, because you'll see several of them that say rollover, and that says FY23, fiscal year 23.
So this year, we did talk a lot with the departments about making sure that we were very careful. I think you saw the employees that were proposed. That's a really small list compared to other years. So we asked them to really be careful. I agree with you. I think it's going to be a year that's going to be interesting, but also recognizing that we don't do a budget that we approve today and there's no changes to it. So we'll be watching that as we go along. And there may be a point where we have to go in and say, look, these might be needs, but we're going to have to push them off as well if market conditions change, if things happen. But we always weigh that with also trying to manage the services. You know, most of the things we're talking about here are services that our residents are expecting a high level, and we need to provide that. And the equipment helps us do that. I'm always really careful with the employees because you know, a lot of times the equipment really helps our employees be more productive rather than having to have more employees that actually in the long term end up costing us a lot more money. So that's a lot of the philosophy there. Brian talked a little bit. We really went through to see if when we're talking about maintenance and custodial employees, but when we're adding new parks and we're adding new, you know, things, then they have to have vehicles. They have to, you know, we have to have the bodies, because if we have a bathroom that isn't up to snuff for one day, we hear about it. And I love that. I like that. But that's the level that we're really trying to maintain that service at.
Brian, you're looking at me. Does that mean I get a question?
Yeah.
Okay, a couple of questions about the just the fund names. Help me to understand. I think I have an idea of what these are, but just to make sure. Washington City Foundation, what does that detail?
So we have it's probably, I don't know how many years, it's been probably 10 years or so. We set up a foundation because some organizations won't donate unless it's a 501(c), and it's a not-for-profit. And so they set it up 10 years so that we could receive funds from these organizations. So people go to the Covington home and they'll donate, and so we put that money to the foundation.
Okay, so it's donated money. Okay, good.
Donated. It's all donated.
Municipal Building Authority.
So that's the MBA, and what that is it was it was incorporated in the state of Utah on October 20th, 1995, for the purpose of cities acquiring, improving, and extending projects. So it's only for acquiring, improving, basically capital.
It's loans for capital
That'd be
projects.
like the Wills Park.
Yeah, like the Wills Park.
Yeah, I guess bonds and call it in government. But that's always been a name. It took me years to figure out, why do they call it the MBA?
I thought it was a degree.
So
it was like,
occasionally you folks assemble.
Council Marsden has one of those.
Occasionally you folks assemble in your capacity as a representative of the Municipal Building Authority. And so it's an administrative body that handles bonding and things.
So Brian, last question that I have on this is the capital projects general for the current year, it's 150,000. For the proposed, it's 5 million. I've just been trying to find something to correlate with that and try to see what that correlates with.
So what's budgeted in that is there's revenue for land sales and land purchases. So there's revenue and expense on that.
So it's just a transferred amount?
No, it's actually for the purchase and sale of land. So like the land you just approved tonight, that was actually bought in that fund, the Main Street. So we have to sell it out of that fund.
Okay.
So Brian, will come in as revenue when we sell it. That's what you're showing on this graph.
We're showing
proceeds from the sale. You're estimating
5 million.
Just putting a placeholder until the council decides who to award the.
So we budgeted $5 million in revenue and also $5 million in expense for the purchase of land also.
Yeah, and we've talked about that.
I may need a little clarity offline. I won't belabor it right now.
Because what happened last year is there's some purchase of land, and so we budgeted, and if no purchase are made, then we can adjust at the year end. But if there are, that way we don't have to go back and make a budget amendment.
We may sell land. We may sell the pieces we talked about tonight and not purchase anything else. It's just placeholders in case that happens.
What's easier to spend from this account, or what's the reason for having it in there?
In the capital projects fund?
Yeah, just in the capital project.
Yeah, it's the proper account for a large purchase and sale like that.
Okay, thanks.
And that's where the original purchase was there. It's easier to budget there, and it prevents spikes in expenses and revenue.
So, Councilman Coach, you gave me a little bit of a wrinkled forehead. We could take that expense out, and then if the council wanted to purchase a piece of property, we would just have to adjust the budget each time, like we did this year.
See, and for that, I'd rather do that. I'd rather take that 5 million out, and I'd like to take the 5 million out for the fire station, unless we decide we're going to do it. Like, those are the two I think we should. I shouldn't say the fire station. We're going to go look at it and make a determination. But I just don't want to put stuff in the budget if it's just in case. Like,
No, I don't want to either. If you're not intending to do it, let's not put it in there. But we also don't want to budget, and I'm taking this to the extreme, where every time we want to do something, we have to come back and ask the council to adjust the budget.
Yeah,
So
that makes
we're
sense.
making our best guess as to what we think you want us to do, but I don't think Brian and I have any issue at all, or any of the department heads, with saying, if you want to take it out, let's take it out. We just have to come back and do it. It's just a procedural thing, but it's really your choice. Like, if we decide we want to go build a fire station, we're going to have to bond. So we're going to have to go through that whole bonding process. We're going to have to go through a process of an RFP to pick a construction company. So I guess all I'm trying to say is this isn't something that will sneak up on you. It's not something that will go, well, 5 million spent. Sorry, you put it in the budget. So either way, we're happy with it. You tell us how you want to do it and we're good. Our philosophy is we're trying to kind of guess what we think you're going to want to do and then incorporate that into the budget.
I appreciate that, and just so I'm clear, I'm not trying to. I just look at the budget and say, if we're going to do it this year, I want it in the budget. If we don't know, then maybe we shouldn't put it in the budget, is I guess where I'm at. And so I just want to be clear on the stuff we're going to put in the budget, because that's how I look at it. Hey, this year I'm going to go build this trail, or we're going to renovate this fire station, or we're going to do this. If we don't know, like the land, like we don't know we're going to purchase land, but maybe we don't need 5, maybe it's 1 or 2 million. And if we need more, then we can come ask for it. So that's all I'm trying to say. And I hope I can get support from the council to help. I mean, that's the point of this, right?
Yeah.
You presented what you think you needed, and we're sitting here trying to do the best with our elected official body to get the best for our public, and
you're absolutely
keep
right.
a number on it, because I don't want to be like DC where it doesn't matter.
There's no pride of authorship in this either. Brian and I are doing it the way that you would like it done, and we'll set it up the way you want, and we're happy to do it that way. So just let us know it, and we'll make that adjustment, whatever the body would like to do. And that's, I think, the difficult part is just trying to determine what it is that everybody would like us to do in it.
Oh, come on. You can't let Brian off that easy. You got to have a few more.
We will.
So for our bond for the Wills Park, it was in 3% range. Is that correct? I can't remember exactly. A little under 3. If we're looking to bond now, we'll be looking at different.
So I did talk to Zions Bank, who are our financial advisors, and they told me it's still pretty good for municipal bonds. So they're looking 4.5%, somewhere in that range, which isn't bad. Still pretty good. It's not 2 3/4, but it's pretty good.
There's a significant change in the court cost, fees, and charges. What's the anticipation from it going from 25 to 100,000?
I think that had to do with the prosecutor, and we changed where we were budgeting the item.
Oh, okay. So the change of how you budgeted.
Yeah, it changed line items.
Oh.
But I can double check and look at that, because I think I remember it being budgeted 200,000, but we moved it from a different line item Because I think it was last year we had to add the prosecutor in.
Yeah, I think we had it in the attorney budget last year, and we're moving it into the court, trying to keep all those court items together so that we can identify what are expenses for that, for the court.
And the federal shared revenue for the year, for the prior year, the current budget, and then, you know, the proposed, what is the federal shared revenue?
So that's going to be your grants.
Yeah,
That we receive.
Was it ARPA, the last one that we got?
The reason why it decreased this year is because of the ARPA funds.
Last year we received ARPA, and this year we won't.
That's what that is.
Dick, is that American Association of Retired People or different ARPA? Just teasing. You're the business guy I know.
That's what.
And that's another thing. It's not necessarily in the budget, but we still have all of our ARPA money that we need to identify and spend before the end of 2024 calendar year. So
that, Jeremy?
1,726,000.
That's only half of it.
Oh, that's only half of
It's
it.
3.4
million.
And we haven't spent it?
We've already received it, but we haven't identified to spend it yet.
There's parameters as far as infrastructure, or there's some guidelines.
ARPA is interesting because the first round came with a Republican Congress,
So it had some
and it had a lot of
guidelines.
strings to it. The second one came with, for a city of our size, really no strings. They said you can use it for whatever you want, revenue replacement. We could identify that money and use it for whatever you want to identify it for. Really, we can also just say we used it. I mean, anyway, Brian has to report on it, so at some point we need to tell him how we spent it.
That's good that we're talking about it, because as I said, we have to have that. Not a bad problem, a good problem to have. You have to have it spent by a certain amount of time, or you lose it.
You won't forget about that, Brian.
No, it has to be spent by the end of 2024.
Okay. Like December 31 calendar year.
Put a note in your book, or write a note on the back of your hand or something.
We have to report on it every year, what we have spent,
Yeah.
So going forward, staff's heard a lot of my comments, and I mean, I want to give you direction, but I also know this is a tentative budget.
Well, but we want to adjust the tentative budget. So let us know if you're feeling a certain way as a group and you say, remove this, add this, let us know and take I mean, we're in a regular meeting. You can take a straw poll and we'll pull it out so that in a month from now, we want to bring you a budget that you'll pass. And so it's not too early. If there's something that you want adjusted right now, we'll start taking notes and let us know.
So I'll tell, it's for the council to hear where I'm landing. One, I think we should reduce the amount of money for land. I think we shouldn't be 5 million. I think it's smart to have some money budgeted because we never know what's going to come up, but I think 5 million might be too much. I was thinking probably 2 million makes sense to me, but and then I do think we need to reevaluate the station. That's 5.2 million. That's a big ask. I mean, I want to support the fire department, but in this budget, they've asked for 5.2 million for a station rebuild. They've asked for a new fire truck. They've asked for there's just a lot of asks out of that department. And I'm not saying they don't need it, but maybe it's not needed this year. So I'd like to evaluate what's the most priority. And I think we talked about earlier, looking at that fire station, and maybe it's needed. Right now, I don't feel like 5.2 million is justified on a building to get it different, but maybe I'm totally wrong because I'm not understanding the situation. So someone's got to change my mind, and I think you can either do that or we need to cut it back and maybe not do that this year.
And I don't know that, I wouldn't argue that it has to be done this year. We've been quite a few years with it the way it is. But it has to be done at some point. Now, if we're interested, and I think in the next month, I'll bring you some information on a sales tax for EMS. If we're interested in doing that, then that gives us a lot more revenue stability look at some of these projects that I think are going to have to be funded somehow. We have that, and sometime down the road, we have 2 additional fire stations as our city builds out. One in, the Stuckey Farm, Warner Valley area, and one at our BMX track. So I mean, we're putting together the plans, but it's really hard to find funding for 2 more fire stations, rebuilding a 3rd, and not just building the buildings, but the staffing and the equipment that it's going to take to do that. So I like the idea of exploring some of this, the potential for a sales tax that our residents could vote for.
Okay, and then I appreciate that. And I know I think I'm just behind on the old gym remodel. I just don't know if it's, you're saying that we could have it really quick. I just need some time on that. That was just me. It kind of caught me off guard. And I mean, it's $500,000, which I'm sure to remodel that's going to take some money, but I don't know if it's $500,000 or if it's more, right? And in my mind, the whole time we were saving this money was for a new building. And so let me say this, I don't want to Band-Aid something and us not be happy with what we did. So I want to look at that. And because it might be more than $500,000 to get it to where we want it. I want to go all in or not in is how I'm looking at it on that. Those are the big items as far as the capital projects. And then I get where you're coming from with the fire truck. We just bought 2 of them. So I'm kind of struggling with that one as well.
And the mayor and I talked during the dinner break, and I think it would be really valuable to go and tour both the old gym, kind of to try to catch the vision, or have the council tell us, don't love the idea, or what level would you like to put it at? Because we can go anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million, based on what we want to do in that building. And I think we ought to also go tour Station 62, just so you're aware of what it looks like. And I know Chief Evans and the firefighters are on the same page. If we say let's hold off a year and wait for a little more certainty, they'll be fine with that. They're great employees and a great department, and all of our departments are that way. So.
Jeremy, do you have kind of a plan of what we want to do with the old gym, the old school gym?
I do. I worked with a company to give me a really good outline, and like I said, $1 million basically turns it into an entire event center, as well as redoing all the landscaping outside to have an outdoor event space, and it's redoing all the rock and all of the grout on the outside. So you'd really upgrade that building to a new a new condition for a building that old, or we can do any combination, anything less than that as well. Depends on where we want to sit.
I think it's worth looking at, like what you said. Because maybe it does need more, but I don't think any of us would argue with the fact that we need some space, some meeting space. And that's kind of the crown jewel of the city, Veterans Park, and that building means so much to so many of our citizens. But maybe having a look of what has been done so far and walking it and talking about it might be beneficial to see if there's maybe a different, more of a engaged approach to this, and see what we want it to be. And maybe identify the courts on the west side and see if that's something that maybe we need to have a look at. And I would be in favor of that, Mayor, to take a look at it and see it's a good point, Council.
No, I appreciate this conversation, and really, we just discussed it briefly at our retreat, and then Councilman Henderson and I and those on that Downtown Economic Development Committee have kind of spearheaded it, but certainly would ask the recorder for if it's possible, get on our next work session that we tour that station and tour the old gym. I mean, we move forward together on these things, and it's important that we all have a opportunity to consider the space. So,
and just to add to that, I think it is an important building to our community, and I don't ever feel like we'd ever want to tear it down in the future. And so I just feel like putting money into it to keep it nice and update it so it is a good place where we can gather. And then I just feel like to go out and buy new property for an arts building or another place for us to gather, it will be way more of a cost than just trying to keep what we have nice and also have it, just right downtown where everyone gathers together as, as a community. And so I think I'm looking forward to having this discussion and going over there and touring it and just kind of getting a better idea of it, so we can, and then also going to the fire station too, to have a better understanding of what we're looking at too.
Further input on this end?
Nope, I just share those same sentiments on the on the fire station in the downtown.
This has been a good discussion, and but I can't tell you how many times I've snuck into my office and Jeremy and Brian are there just chopping away at it, and I know they're really doing their best to just be prudent and just give the needs of the department heads and their departments, but not more, and really to just be forward thinking and then just take the input from this council. So I want to make sure we're comfortable moving forward with the tentative. It is just that, but there's been some discussion about the land. There's been some discussion about the fire station. Are you feeling like, as far as a straw poll, are you feeling like you want to make adjustments to that at this point? Are you feeling like you want to have further discussion, maybe move forward with tentative and then see what the consensus comes maybe after those site visits, and maybe a little more discussion on, we may need to also go, probably would also be appropriate maybe next meeting, go into closed session and just maybe have some staff update just a little bit more on what those land transactions would be, and that's an appropriate use for a closed session. But yeah, we're a hungry teenager and growing phase of our community. But I want to make sure that Councilman Coates feels heard and comfortable, because these are really good points that you brought up on.
Totally feel heard. I just, me, I want to voice my opinion and let the council work as
you bring
group.
a great
So
opinion.
That's just a little bit.
Never. So Mayor, maybe also, to make those 2 site visits and have that discussion, but it could it be possible also to notice this as a budget discussion where we could actually use some time while we were together to maybe further this along?
We could absolutely do that. It might require me saying, hey, can you meet a little bit earlier? Just because we're doing 2 site visits, and I want to be respectful of your time.
What else is on the agenda, Mayor? For next.
Tara? Have we got that?
Everyone looks
She's
up.
listening. She's just trying to get her microphone on. Tara?
Yes, Mayor.
See, that's like I Dream of Jeannie.
That's what I was
saying. Have we started working on that workshop agenda for May 10th yet?
We have. We can probably push one item. We have something on there from Rick Hansen that I'm not 100% sure if he's going to be ready for or not. But if he is, we could still probably make the site visit work.
That's the only thing that's solid is from Power.
We have a legal and legislative update that Thad would probably be okay moving to the second meeting in May.
Off already once from this meeting. I did. Sorry.
We can move that to the regular meeting too.
I think I'd like to do that. Let's you and I meet later this week, and let's find a way to make that work and be as respectful as we can of people's times. And worst case, we'll come back and say a 3:30 or a 3 start if we have to. But
I'd appreciate if we don't. I know it's a
like
lot
to
of
keep
stuff.
it at
I'd
4.
like to keep it 4. It's already tough for me on those.
Tara, then what we'll do on that, if we do those site visits, we'll roll anything that would have been in the work session, we'll roll it to the regular meeting and stay later.
That sounds great.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, on that, council, the agenda item is twofold: to accept the 2023-2024 tentative budget and to set the public hearing date for May 10th. I'd be happy to entertain a motion to that effect.
Here, I'll make a motion that we approve the 2023-2024 tentative budget with the condition that staff's going to relook at the items that we addressed. And then I would like to also include in my motion that we set the public hearing
for May 10th.
2023.
Great. We have a motion on the table.
Second.
I have a second by, have a motion by Councilman Coates, a second by Councilman Martinson. Let's go roll call. I think we're on Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson. Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you, staff. All right, council business. This is item 11A, consideration to approve an amendment to the 2023 council member assignment list. And in reviewing the council assignments, in speaking with Councilman Ivy, it became really kind of unnecessary to have an executive council alternate for the MPO. And felt like maybe we were missing out on a few of those things with 5-county AOG. So we're just kind of swapping out a couple of assignments. And then he's been asked to serve on the Virgin River Land Preservation Association Board. Felt like that could add value for him to, give Washington a voice there and report back on anything that may be in our interests. And then another thing that I didn't put on there, he has been asked to serve on the Utah Tech University Innovation District Board. If you're comfortable, Council, I think it would be appropriate for him to be there in an official capacity. If you agree, I'd make that recommendation.
Can I ask, Mayor, what's the role, or maybe Councilman Ivy, of that board for what's well, I would start with the Utah Tech. I'm just curious what is as a Washington City representative, what's the goal with that?
So they've asked some local electeds, Commissioner Snow's on it. There's council, I don't know which from St. George. I'm not sure, so I won't say. And then, but they're planning and organizing the innovation district that's out by Desert.
The new campus.
The new campus. So what you're doing is trying to give equal voice to the local. Just at this point, we're getting the big picture of what the innovation district would look like. Just got the name and stuff like that moving forward. But what it's for is to just be, have a voice in its development.
An advisory type board to the university. I'm pleased that they included us. And did they reach out to you, Councilman, as I understand? And so I failed to put that on that list, but I want to make sure that this council can support those changes, and want to make sure that that's open and transparent with the service there. And if ever situations come up where you're asked to serve and it needs to be formalized, please let me know. I want to make sure that we're moving together with all equal information.
And then did you want some clarification on the land?
No, I was just
Virgin River?
curious on the other one. Okay. Thank you.
Council, on that note, I'd call for a motion to approve the adjustments to the council assignments as I've brought forward.
Mayor, I move that we approve the council assignment adjustments as been noted.
The motion by Councilman Henderson.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
That passes unanimously. Let's move on to let's move on to item 12, reports of officers from assigned committees, which is actually a really natural transition. Ben, I always seem to start with you. Go ahead.
Can I start this?
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor? Councilman Coates.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay.
Get started.
This is a downhill section right here, so we're gonna be quick. No, you don't have to be quick, but this is gonna be.
You go now?
Yes.
Okay, really quick. I will keep it brief. I did participate in my first interfaith council meeting that I was able to attend. There were not a lot of people there, but they did. It's interesting that they had somebody from, where was he actually from? Not from the Water Conservancy Board, but he was from Conserve Southwest Utah, introducing them to water conservation. And he did applaud, before I even mentioned that I was with Washington City, he did applaud Washington City for, one, our ordinance, and two, the AMI metering. And so they're recognizing that, and we've got a few things on the AMI things that we're going to bring forward, but that's outside of this discussion. They do have a lot of events that are coming up. If you're okay, May 4th, they have an interfaith choir concert to go in conjunction with the National Day of Prayer. I can get further information to everybody if they want it. And they just have a lot of activities kind of every month to just promote harmony within the community. And it doesn't matter what faith anybody is, it's just everybody getting together to be able to just continue that harmony and unity that we're all trying to strive for in this environment. So,
Councilman, as you fill that assignment, thank you. I love that you're serving there. It's such a great organization. As you get that information, we just relay that back to Tara. I know she's listening. She'll add that to the council calendar, and we can kind of attend what interests us, what we're able to.
Yeah, what I can do is get the notes from Tim in kind of electronic form and just send it right to her.
Excellent. Thank you.
I don't have anything, Mayor, other than it sounds like the Planning Commission will have some additional duties.
Yes. Yeah,
so some changes and
and
joint training sounds like.
And I know that a few of us were able to. We attended the breakout that some of that legislation was presented in. I was relieved to know that our city attorney was way out in front of it, and this is the topic that I've been pushing him off a little just to squeeze. But we're going to get to that. I promise you're going to. And I think we're good. We've talked about it, and I think he's got some good ideas on how we can comply to that law. Is that everything? Councilman Ivy.
Mayor, I just want to recognize the St. George Area Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but they are to almost every event that we have anymore. They have forged such a good alliance with the Washington Area Chamber, and really that's where success is made, is you do it kind of at a regional level. And I appreciate Sean Christensen and his good staff there, and of course Ed Tracy with the Washington Chamber. They work so well together, and they've created a good friendship there, and I just love to see them at all the events. And then, Mayor, just a question. Is there, maybe Drew, you can give us an update on the garage and accessory building? Where that's at, and where I know there's a process to it, but just so.
In the backyard, but you got to be 3 feet off of the property line. Oh, I'm sorry.
But you can be bigger than 50% of the original house.
No, the Planning Commission really, they
asked for that.
No, yeah, I did. I walked right into it, but the Planning Commission really didn't have much to say, come back. So I'm just trying to play with some stuff, and I think I'll just bring it back. We'll put it on a work session, see where this group is, and then we'll move forward with getting some change in it. So
maybe workshop.
I would put it on your next one, but you're going to be over and then over at the, so
we'll get it on there.
We'll get it as soon as we can.
We'll do a time continuum, and we'll just squeeze it in.
Here we go.
Thanks, Councilman.
As long as I'm still here to see it, Mayor.
Councilwoman Casperson.
I don't have anything. I'm just really excited for all the Cotton Days festivities, which you've already announced. So.
Great. I just have two quick items. Former Planning Commissioner and Councilwoman Jean Arbuckle. I've asked her and the local, very respected contractor, Todd Houghton, to fill vacancies on the Hillside Review Board as the citizen members of that board. And so I've had letters and sent out to them and had conversations with them, and both of them are willing to serve in that capacity. And then on Monday, May 1st, and I appreciate your comment about Washington City leading out in water policy, because of our landscape conservation ordinance and because of our other ordinances with respect to water. I've been asked to present at a 2 to 3 minute update with Governor Cox on Monday at a press conference. He'll take a few minutes, and then a state legislator, and I think one other gentleman from his cabinet will speak, and we'll just gonna. But I think that's pretty interesting. That not only are we getting recognized for the way that we're handling, such a precious resource locally, but statewide. And I really have to give that credit to this body. I mean, we grappled with those water ordinances, but they're really good and they're really needed. So that's a reflection on you. I just have the honor to go up and speak for a few minutes on your behalf. So that's everything I have. We'll go on to the item 13, city manager report.
I don't know how many of you have been upstairs, but if you want to look at the courtroom, that's coming along really nice. Looks really nice. That's what this room will look like when we're ready. So pretty soon we'll have to do a little bit of adjusting. We may have to have a meeting somewhere other than this room to give them time to remodel, but it's looking really good. I think it's coming along, and this will be the last bit and the outside area to be remodeled. Really important information, the Main Street closure has been moved up. So I think that means they're making good progress. If you remember, they can only close Main Street, hard close, for 6 months. And their new date is May 8th for the target closure date. So it'll be in just a few weeks. And we'll make all the adjustments we need to on our end, but it'll be quite impactful to our residents. I guess if there's good news to that, it means it'll open up in early November. So we should be open for the holiday season. Seems kind of funny to talk, but that's 6 months from now. We'll be talking Thanksgiving. So things keep moving, but that's a good project. So far it's been good, but it's about to impact our city a lot. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Manager.
A question on that, Mayor. Will a notice go out? Like they've been posting on social media on Washington City Matters. They've been doing a really good job of posting road closures well in advance, not just the night before like it used to be. So kudos to whoever's doing that because it is very helpful. I just want to know, will that be posted with the updated date? Just that's an area that will really, it'll add 8 minutes to my commute home from here.
Just going to look at Blake and whoever he has posting those. The answer is yes. They're going to go ahead and get it posted. You're saying my announcement isn't enough with the thousands of people watching?
No.
Okay, we do not have need for closed session. I'll call for motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Giving that one to Casperson on the first, Martinson on a second. All in favor? We stand adjourned.